Okay. Hi, besties. First of all, welcome to the Jess Machado show. Second, let's take a minute and make sure I have a whole team of people here, by the way, but let's take a second to see if this is streaming on all of our platforms. This is our first time. We did like a dry run of this the other day. Good morning, besties. Good morning. Okay, I can see you all here. If you could do me a favor and just share this on whatever platform you're watching. There's a bunch of different platforms. So let's get this housekeeping. Hi, besties. Good morning. Okay, so episode 1, Jess Machado show. Good morning. This is streaming live on Facebook, my personal Facebook page, because I know I can't get some of you off of there and get you over to my professional Facebook page. It's on YouTube. You're watching on X. You're also watching on Substack, which is like the planets have aligned, and Substack has now started this live stream option. And I can't believe it literally started this past week and we get to try it. And so if you're watching it on any one of those platforms, do me a favor and share it. We didn't do a lot of promo this week. I guess this is a soft launch of the first show. But we just wanted to kind of make sure we had it all right. Can you imagine if we started this and it didn't go anywhere and it just was a disaster? So good morning, besties. What am I looking at? We're good. Not on personal Facebook page. All right, we'll give it a second. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Anthony. Thanks, besties. Okay, so let's go over a couple of things. Welcome to the Jess Machado show. This is a little weird because every Saturday I would do a radio show with no forward-facing camera. So this is weird for me. I don't want to do forward-facing, but I did a face for you. 3 hours probably seems like a lot of time, and we may fine tune that because on the radio, we would do news at the top of the hour. We would have advertising and commercials in between, and that necessarily didn't fit into this. So when I was talking on air, when I had the radio show, it was like 47 minutes maybe or less every hour. This, we may have to fill it, but we can do a lot of different things. So next show, or maybe the one after that, we're going to do live calls. I don't know if that's a good idea. It might be a disaster, but we'll take live calls. I didn't have any problems. So some people were giving me some pushback on that, and I didn't have any problems with people calling. As a matter of fact, most notorious, I had a caller who we nicknamed Evil Steve, and his very first call to me when I was on the radio. So this is like, you have to be able to handle like the negative calls. Evil Steve would call in, and his first call to me, he was like, "You suck. This show sucks. You don't know anything about what you're talking about, whether it's politics or football." And I cried on air. Thank goodness there was no camera. I cried. And then he called back the next day and he apologized. And then we became friends. And then he asked me to join his fantasy league. And then I said I would, and I was going to win and take all his money, which I did. I won. And then he didn't pay me. And then I had to stalk him and be like, pay me my money. And now literally 2 days ago, he sent me a message and he was like, you want to join the fantasy again? And I was like, you want me to take your money again, Steve? I will. So I know a lot of you know me from X, for my coverage of the Karen Reed trial, and then all of these investigative things. And then you probably followed me with Fall River Reporter, but we don't get to chit chat. Oh, look what Erin did. Let's do that. Perfect. Wait, go back to it. We'll go back to it. Let's pause what I was going to say. So this is my first show. I am not owned by anybody. Nobody can tell me what to say or what to do. This is my show. And in order for me to do that, I put out a call, a bat signal to people who wanted to sponsor me. And I didn't cold call anybody. I didn't ask anybody. Well, I did. I sent it to a couple besties. And I just put this out and said, listen, if you want to sponsor the Jess Machado show, here's what you can do. And lo and behold, all of these individuals were like, we love you. We love what you do. And agreed to sponsor. So let's go through this, because first of all, if it weren't for them, this show would not be possible. So we have After Hours Auto Body. They are amazing. She reached out to me and she was like, we would love to sponsor you. I know this is going to drive some people crazy. I have 2 gubernatorial candidates that are sponsoring the show. The only 2 Republican candidates that have actually, basically launch their campaigns to take on Maura Healey. So Mike Keneally and Brian Shortsleeve support my work. So thank you guys. My friend Amy over at Silva Funeral Home, she has been a supporter of my Substack since I started it back in January. So she's also sponsoring the show. Many of you know Christopher from Christopher and Nate's. I am not happy there is no food or snacks here yet. They should be delivered. Thank you. But they're an awesome sponsor of the show. Long-term, old-school friend Nicole Sliney. She is killing it in the real estate market right now. And her team are also sponsoring this show. Prestige Automart, Jeff Leary. We're going to talk about that and my olden days when I was working with Jeff Leary at Fall River Raw. And then Stacy Face Travels is also a new sponsor. So thank you, Stacy. And then we have attorney Rena Brown and Powerhouse Remodeling. That's it so far. That's a lot. But I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about Mallard Printing. So after Karen Reed, I knew I wanted to do a show. I wanted to start talking, going over all the stories, interviewing people, but I didn't have a space. And I mentioned it to a friend of mine, Kathy, and she happened to be on the phone with our friend Jeff, and he owns Mallard Printing here in Fall River. And he called me and he said, "Hey, can you come to the office?" And I said, "Sure." And so I showed up, and it could have been for anything. And he handed me a key and he said, "This is for you." And he said, "I want you to start your show. Here's your space." And it was crying in tears. And I was like, "Are you sure?" And he was like, 100%. And so actually this room was filled with boxes and pallets. And at first he was like, "You can just set up over in that corner over there." And I was like, the vision I have has to be a little bit more, bless his heart. He's a guy, so I don't think he really knew what we wanted to do. And I said, "Hi, can we just have like the whole space?" And he was like, "Yep, say no more." And the next day he sent me a picture. He also sent me a picture of a leather couch with him sitting on it and lounging on it that he moved in here. And the studio was born. So if it weren't for Jeff Marks at Mallard Printing, this actually would not take place. If it did, it would be in my bedroom closet and it would stink. And so these are the sponsors that willingly say, we appreciate what Jess Machado does. They're never going to call me and say, "Don't talk about that story," or "We don't want you to say that." They understand, bless their hearts, they know what this is all about. And so they willingly sponsor the show. We still have a couple of spots available. So if you want to do that, just message me and I'll have my assistant Erin get you all the details. But we're very thankful for all of our sponsors today that are allowing this all to take place. Can we take that off? Yeah, great. My assistant. Okay. So that's that. I will screw up today 100%. It definitely, Erin is going to screw up 100%. My husband's here. I'm not sure what he's going to do. But just a little bit of grace. So I'd love feedback. I need feedback. If it doesn't sound right, look right, or whatever, just message me and let me know. So a couple things we need to go over. So there's going to be 2 shows every week. The first show is going to be live every Saturday here. It's going to be forward facing just like this. We're actually going to have a different set behind me. What are those things called when you have all the advertisers on it? Like the thing that I want, a step and repeat. I don't know if that's, but you know, those banners where we're building that other space, but for now you get this. So this show will be every Saturday from 9 until 12. And we'll have interviews and we'll talk about news and all of those things. We're going to have calls in. We're going to have people, your comments will be on. We'll do all of that. The second show that we're going to do every week is a pre-recorded interview with these nice cozy chairs. We're going to have guests come in and we're going to record that show. And then it's going to drop as like a podcast episode, whether it's Wednesday or Thursday. The list of people that I have, like my short list of people that I want for that, I don't want to share too much, but we're in the works for who's actually going to come down to the studio. Let me take a breath for a second and say, when I was coming up with the first show, I didn't want to go too crazy. I want to ease everybody into it. And the first thing I thought about was, what this guest list would look like for today. Just so you know, the first person that I wanted on my show was the person behind the account, Bostonians Against Woo. So for all of you who don't know, I have met that person multiple times. We've been at events together, and Bostonian started off as just this anti-Mayor Woo account. If you're not following them on X, you must. And, just great content, and I guess a little niche because it was focused on Boston, but then it started to get a little broader, and a lot of the stories that they were working on were the same things I was working on. And so I absolutely aligned with their vibe. And then I met them at an event, and I was freaking out because you don't know who they are. And I was just like fangirling so hard. And then we met at another event and we talked. And so anyway, the first person I wanted on was Bostonians. And I was like, are you ready to go public? And I know it's giving like libs of TikTok. And I agree that they're not ready yet. And so that's the only thing holding back. Definitely ready to talk, wants to talk about their platform and what they're doing and why they do it and all of the things. But there isn't, I think, some sort of like a safety concern with who they are and what they're doing with all of this content. And so I think we may get a Bostonians interview, but just no face. We'll do like the voice filter and like the black screen, or we'll put them over there in the shadow. But I think Bostonians is such an interesting individual and what they're doing. And I think, I don't know, I just feel like when you're ready, please let me share with everybody who you are. They're doing God's work, in my opinion. And there's all of these content creators that are, good morning from Ireland. Good morning, Ramona. Hi, Vesti. So when I was thinking about this show, the first thing I wanted to do is bring on juror number 11. So Paula Prado has been, obviously, I watched her every single day in the Karen Reed trial. I would see her, and that third wall between jurors is always there. And not only that, but you guys know how Norfolk Superior Court would scare the crap out of us, like about talking to them, exposing them, jury tampering and all of those things. And so I, more than anybody, because I didn't want to get kicked out of there, really respected those boundaries. But to be able to interview her originally and, get that story out there the day or two after the verdict was really great. But watching Paula over the past couple weeks, like navigate through social media, and she is unabashedly out there. I don't know. I just thought, like, let's touch base. We don't talk. So I thought, like, everybody else is kind of chatting with her, but I wanted to kind of circle back and talk to her a couple of things. So Paula will be on. As a conservative and a Republican in Massachusetts, this is a crazy time. We're going to talk a little bit about Maura Healey. Can I just say, like, I literally was just on a podcast last week talking about the state of emergency that Maura Healey has had in place since 2023. And I just crapped all over about it. And then 2 days later, she's like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. So we'll talk about that. But as a conservative and a Republican and someone who actually cares about Massachusetts and where it's going, I can't not talk to the chairwoman of our party. Amy Carnival will be on, I think at 10:15 we're doing Amy. And I have a couple questions. It's a crazy time to be a Republican in Massachusetts. Does she think that we're going to gain any ground between now and 2026? Who are these candidates that are going to be trying to oust Maura Healey? And then I wanted to ask her, like, can the Republicans get a candidate in the race for Norfolk District Attorney and take out Michael Morrissey? Is Michael Morrissey even going to run? That's kind of like a big question for me. And it would seem like Mike Morrissey is like low-hanging fruit, right? Like, why can we not replace him? It should be easy, but with $500,000 in his bank account, I'm not sure it is. So I want to talk to Amy about that and the future of the party and what's going on. And also I'm going to ask her, why does she forget Bristol County? Like, we do a lot of stuff down here and we are winning races, and I never see Mass GOP stuff down here at all. And I feel like I want attention. Like, please come and come thank us for what we've done down here. I'm not saying she's not grateful, but like, why does a small area like this, especially Fall River, that voted in the positive for Trump for the first time ever for a Republican candidate, like, are we getting enough of adulation and attention? And if not, like, what can we do differently? And then, so let me back up a little bit. This time was supposed to be filled with Mike Herron, and we're going to talk about that in 1 second. And then lastly, we're going to have Kate Peter on. Listen, I think it's a crapshoot. She has all the info. She has her StreamYard link. She has it all ready to go. We had a phone call the other day and we talked. real live person. I'm all about like interesting interviews. I think she's going to give one. So she's scheduled to come on around 11:15. So if all goes well, we'll have a chit chat with Kate Peter. So let's talk about why Mike Herron was on here. If you don't know who Mike Herron is, if you're from Fall River, you do, or in this area, you do. But more importantly, Mike Herron has a brother whose name is Chris Herron. Some of you may know him. He was a local basketball star down here, made big, played for the Celtics, and then had a drug addiction and a problem that literally cost him his career. Mike Herron is his older brother. When I was a kid, we were state champions down here in Fall River, and Mike Herron was on that team. I remember going to that game. And so Mike was kind of a big deal. Chris was kind of a big deal. Fast forward to like 2011, I think it is, or 2010, Mike Herron starts an internet radio station. So this is before so Facebook was there, but people weren't doing it. And Mike Herron decides he's going to start an internet radio station called Hurricane Radio. I've got to give him credit. He was kind of like ahead of his time. So he had a studio and he was going on the internet and posting on Facebook, and he was in my messages every day, and he was there's me. So thanks, Herron. So this was his studio, Hurricane Radio, and he would message me every day, and he'd be like, Jessica, come down here. You've got to do a show. And I can just tell you, I wanted to touch a microphone. I wanted to be on a microphone my whole life, had never done it. And Mike finally convinced me to get down there. I joined him on his show. I was only on for about a half hour. I had headphones on and a microphone. I walked out of there and I was like, I've got to do that again. So I messaged him and I said, I'll do a show. And I came up with a show called Bunny After Dark. I'm a bunny, so I have niece and nephew, and instead of a TT or an aunt, I'm a bunny. And so Khloe Kardashian had a show back then called Khloe After Dark, I think it was. And so I said, oh, let's just do Bunny After Dark. And so I did a show on Hurricane Radio. That's the studio. That's what it looked like. That was literally my first show. I can't believe this photo even exists. And there I am in Hurricane Radio Studios, downtown Fall River, doing the first episode of Bunny After Dark. And I think that was 2011, I believe. And so after that, what's the next? Photo we have. So after, so anyway, I was going to have Mike on and be like, so talk to me a little bit about giving me a shot and getting me on here. But he, I don't know. He's busy. I'm not sure what's going on. So the next thing I did, because I want to give you guys background, this is Fall River Raw. It's going to be hard to stifle the Fall River accent. This is a show called Fall River Raw. That guy in the middle is Jeff. He is the owner of Prestige Auto. You guys are probably familiar with his commercials down here. And that guy over on the left-hand side is Sean Zen. Anyway, Jeff had the show and it was an absolute dumpster fire. And he called me one day, and I've known Jeff for a long time. And he was like, come on the show. And I was like, okay. And so we ended up doing, a lot of shows together. And I don't remember what day it was on, but it was, I'm not going to talk about what it was like, but there was some crazy stuff on that show. We got shadow banned multiple times. I don't know how it stayed on, but we had a lot of shows under our belt. I'll share it. We're going to talk about Mayor Paul Coogan, not on this show, but another show. But I interviewed Paul Coogan on there one day, and I don't even know how I got away with what I got away with. So, so that's the Fall River Raw days. Believe it or not, there's Jeff. Yes. So believe it or not, I actually did an interview with, you got that one, Jazel Correa. So currently incarcerated former mayor Jazel Correa came into that studio and I interviewed him. First interview of a person, didn't know what I was doing. This is I'm telling you, in this, what you're looking at here, this guy already knew he was under federal investigation and was totally calm as a cucumber, didn't care. I remember asking him, what's on your playlist? And here I was thinking, I was the youngest mayor in the city of Fall River. I remember asking him, what's on your playlist? And he's like, it was all heavy rap. And I was just like, what are we dealing with here? He's currently incarcerated. Yes. But listen, Juicy Jazel is getting out next year. And I'm telling you, he's the Buddy CNC of Fall River. He's coming back. I know it. I don't think the city's prepared for what's going to happen when Jazel gets out, but he's getting out next year. But anyway, this is me interviewing Jazel when I was working with Jeff Leary at Fall River Raw. So after Fall River Raw, and we were going to let's see, what's next? What did we do after Fall River Raw? After Fall River Raw, we went to WBSM. Right. So I had my show at WBSM. It started on Saturdays. The producer over there saw me do Bunny After Dark and Fall River Raw and then called and said, do you want a show? So I did a show on Saturday just like this, 3 hours. And that's me in my studio doing the Jess Machado show. Fun fact, they gave me the name of the show, Jess Machado Show, and I hate it, actually. I came up with so many different names of my show, and they were like, oh, there's the Howie Carr Show. There's, whatever, all these shows, and it's just the names and then show, and I don't love it, but I can't rebrand, or maybe I can. I don't know if I can rebrand, but anyway, that's the WBSM show, and I think I'm stuck with Jess Machado. I remember I wanted a show called News Hits Harder with Jess Machado, and that's always stuck in my head, but I can't do it. After WBSM, oh, that says WSAR, but it was WBSM. But after WBSM, I got a gig working for Howie Carr. So I filled in a couple times when Howie was out, and then Grace Curley needed someone to fill in while she was doing other work. Look at me. And I did Howie Carr for a little while, which was really fun and great. And Taylor over there and Jared are awesome. But that was like my first time in like a real nice studio. It's very fancy over there. And so I did Howie Carr, and that was just really great. And it was a great experience. And the Carrs are very generous and kind. And then after Howie Carr, I started working for Fall River Reporter. I was like, let's start writing. And so we were doing some writing and some journalism, and that was great. And then the Karen Reed trial happened. And I'm sure you guys know the story, but I basically, look at red laptop. I had a terrible laptop. I'm talking ancient. It was an old Chromebook. It weighed like 40 pounds when I first covered the trial, and I would lug it in, and everybody there had MacBooks, and I had a terrible one, and I complained, and my husband and my kids for my birthday or Mother's Day that year picked out a laptop for me, but it was red. And then it ended up being wild because everybody would say, oh, my husband in the comment section, can we add that to this? Look what he's here. Like, you're welcome. Got me a red laptop. And then everybody would see it. I would get messages and screenshots of that and be like, oh, there's your laptop. So I was going to have Mike Heron on just to talk about how I started. If you've ever listened to Mike, he does sports betting now, and he's got like a very gravelly voice, and he's like, "Arr!" So it's probably a blessing in disguise he's not here, because it would have been too much. I forgot my power cord. So my life changed with the new laptop, and it allowed me to cover the Karen Reed trial. And then that's it. That's what brought me here, Karen Reed 2.0. And after going independent, I just felt it was time to pretty much kind of do a show again. And so I don't know if this stinks. I watch it back and I don't love it, and you never see me again. We're just going to go back to writing. We'll see how it goes. So that's how we got here. And I feel surprisingly comfortable. I feel like, yeah, Erin goes, I knew you would. I feel fine. I don't love the camera thing, but it's fine. We'll have guests on, and that'll make it better. So that's where we've been. Where are we going? I think ideally we'd like to do a daily show and do this every day because there's too much news. Like, I filled this show with guests, but I can assure you I don't need guests. I could talk for 3 hours about everything news. Like, can we talk about Sydney Sweeney? We will. There's going to be a break from guests here, and we're going to talk about that. We have to talk about some of this political stuff that's going on. There's drama in Fall River that I know, like, it's Fall River based, but this crazy like filing with this woman who works for the school department down here filed documents with the anti-discrimination facet of the state. It's going to be a lawsuit. It's going to be filed this week. And the story is insane. Like, she works for the school department, and she could hear her boss having sex with another one of her employees. And I posted all the documents yesterday. So when we're done, you can go to my X account and you'll see all the docs there. But like, I don't know. And then there's so many other stories that I've been working on, tips and things that I get that I don't get a chance. We're going to do like these really fun segments, I think. Like, we're going to have, Erin's eyes just lit up. She's like, we're going to do an unboxing. I'm going to give you the information right now, and then we're going to do, we'll talk about it at the end. So one of my favorite things to do during COVID was watch Dave Portnoy's unboxing. People started sending him boxes of stuff to his house, and Erin and I would text each other and be like, there's an unboxing tonight. And for hours, hours he would live stream on Instagram, and he would just unbox things that people sent him. They sent him a goldfish, they sent him pizzas, they sent him samurai swords, and it was the most fun, thrilling, exciting thing. I don't even know why, because the anticipation of what was coming in each box was just like nuts. And then there was some crazy stuff that came, but anyway, we want to do an unboxing here. So I'm going to give you our address. Don't show up here and don't send crazy stuff. I'm not getting the feds involved. They probably already are. 657 Quarry Street in Fall River, Suite 30, F as in Frank. So I'll say that again, or Erin's going to drop it in the comments. I can see her typing. 657 Quarry Street, Fall River, Massachusetts, 02723, Suite 30F. If you have a business, you want to send me a t-shirt. If you have something from your business, send it. We're going to do an unboxing once we get, I don't know, we'll see how many things. Do not send me white powder in an envelope. Do not send me, just don't. I know there's some weirdos out there. Don't send weird shit. By the way, like, I got a Quran sent to my house one time during the Karen retrial 1.0. I had, well, we all know I had food delivery sent to my house, random. Three Chinese food delivery drivers showing up at my house at one time during the Karen retrial. My mom lives in an in-law thing, and my mom's screaming, "What the hell is happening? Stop covering that trial. What's going on?" It was intense. It was insane. Somebody sent a subscription to my house for a magazine in somebody else's name. There were restraining orders involved. I know Kate Peter, by the way, when I talked to her, she wants to talk about the misuse of restraining orders. Yes, absolutely. We want to talk about that. Yes. So there was restraining orders involved, all of these crazy things. But anyway, we're going to do an unboxing. So we're going to promote it today. We'll promote it, next week and throughout the week. But if you have a business or something and you want to send something, you don't have to have a business. You can be a bestie. You can send whatever you want. I don't care. Send me something. Send me a trinket from your house. Erin's like, she loves them. I steal things from places that I go when I've had like 2 sangrias, little tokens. I'm not saying like a salt shaker, but yes, I have an Irish flag from the Tipsy. It's fine. They're not watching. From the Tipsy Toboggan. We'll bring it back. Erin's like this. She's like, no. Yes, it was my birthday celebration and all the moms went. And I was like, it's not a trinket. I call it souvenirs. I've got to take a souvenir from everywhere. So I took my husband shaking his head. Erin's hands are like this. She's like, don't do it. I take small little things and then I keep them. And then they're my mementos and my souvenirs. And then, by the way, I give them to other friends for their birthdays or their celebrations. And then like they have to gift it to the next person. So the flag has made its way around the friend group. What else has made its way around? I have a necklace. I should have wore it. The squirt, Kathy's thing, the squirt. We went to a house party at my friend Kathy's. Sorry, Kathy. We went to Kathy's house. She has a thing called Palooza, and me and my 3 sangria, stupor went into her house and took this really great spray bottle. It was like this glass spray bottle for her plants. And weeks later, she's in the group chat. And she's like, "Has anybody seen from my party the the plant spray bottle?" And I was like, "Absolutely not, Kathy." And then weeks later, I just took a picture of it and dropped it in the group chat. She's like, "What?" I have a little reserve, like I'll give you a tour of all of the things, but I have a lot of souvenirs. So unboxing kind of in a way is like it's like bringing the souvenirs to me. Good morning, Shari. Shari, good morning. So anyway, souvenirs. That's it. Hold on. It's 9:30. So I think, do we have Paula is going to probably be jumping on shortly. I sent her the link. Let me take a second to just make sure she's all set. How are the comments looking? Can everybody see? Paula. All right, let's just make sure she's all set. All right, let's see if Paula jumps on. So Yeah, so that's it. So that's the unboxing. So wait, 657 Quarry Street in Fall River. Just send me a trinket or something fun, and then we'll do a an unboxing. I'm just checking these comments. I know we're waiting for Paula to jump on. I'm hoping she remembers. Can you imagine if absolutely not one guest jumps on? Can you imagine? What a nightmare. That's like nightmare fuel. I also I don't love how headphones look, but being in the radio, I just kind of feel like I need it. Um so someone said thanks for the studio. So yeah, so this is not what we're going to normally see. But we will um wait, is somebody saying they're going to send crab rangoons and can you imagine? Where's Paula? Oh, she's here. Do we see her down the bottom? Scroll down. All right, besties. Let's give Paula a second. So by the way, I know we kind of got like a quick start. Somebody did make me, we'll play it at the end, but somebody made me a Jess Machado song. And I haven't put together like a montage of what it's going to look like. Somebody from Australia made me a song, and that song I played it in my house for like 10 days, and everybody was like, please stop playing that. And then I got this other great song, and I haven't had a chance to put it together, but we'll play it at the end of the show. But I just want to give a shout out to them. I'll put their info on the screen, but she makes, is it Melanie Little? I think her intro, which I thought was so nice. Good morning to the Glare who has jumped on. Big fan of your show, bestie. Okay, so let's get to Paula. Can we add Paula if she's ready? Good morning, Paula. Let's
Good
get her on.
morning.
Hi, bestie.
Hello. Good morning, guys.
How are you? Are
Good, good, good.
you good?
Yeah, I'm all
Like on a
right.
scale of 1 to 10, what are you?
I'm always 10 because I'm not gonna shoot for less than this ever.
Yeah. You look great. Your hair looks great.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had to wake up this morning and try to look good for you.
Thanks, bestie. So I know maybe to some people, Karen Reed is over. It's time to move on. But I think you, more than anybody, you know that it's you can't really move on from it quite yet, right?
Yeah, I mean, I moved on. And like my life, it's going normal. But every time I open social media, even Instagram, where I'm not even like very active, or of course X when I'm very active, I'm still there, and they're still talking about the same thing over and over again. So I can't control my impulse to answer, and that's why it's still going on.
Yep. What does your shirt say?
True crime detective.
So let's all right. So let's back. Can we back up a little bit because I know there's some things I need to know. So watching you every day in the courtroom, my first question: how did you pick out your outfit every day? Like, what did you? How did you? These are important things to me. So, did you dress for comfort? Did you? I thought you were very stylish. Did you dress for style? And did like that matter to you? How you were dressed in the courtroom?
It matter in the sense that I don't want to go in shorts and t-shirts. I have some like a level of respect for the courthouse, and I would like to present myself more professionally. So that's what my thought. Like I'm gonna put the pants that I used to wear to work 10 years ago, and that was what I had in mind. No specific colors though.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Let's go back to jury selection. When you got chosen, how did you feel when you walked out of jury selection? You went home, you had to tell your family that you were going to be doing this. Like, how did you really feel that day when you were like, okay, I'm going to be a part of this trial?
Um, when I received the summon on my mail, I actually was excited. Wow, Jerry, it's gonna be fun, something I never done before. I was assuming it'd be like a 1 2 day thing, like most of the cases, right? So when I get there and the judge like mentioned superficially that's gonna be maybe a 6 to 8 weeks case,
Yep.
and then I was like, wow, that's a lot to manage. Um, but as she asked the questions regarding, do you know about the cave? Have you heard about Carnevale and blah, blah, I didn't raise my hand one single time. And then she asked me when she called me in, why you didn't raise your hands? I said, well, I read her name, Karen Reed, in a billboard when I go grocery shop, and the judge laughed. It's like, yes, how often? So every time I go grocery shop, there is a billboard on Route 1. But
Right.
that's all I know about the case. And then she's like, okay, and talk like Mr. Alessi asked some questions, and Mr. Brennan too, and that was it. And then a minute later, they called me and said I was selected.
So there was one juror that went to TMZ right afterwards, and they did their interview. I remember seeing it the next day, and I was like, wow, that was fast. But then our article, you agreed to interview with me, which I'll be honest with you, I was surprised. I was like, okay, wait, did we really like lock this in here? And one of the first things you asked me was why I called you Jenner Juror. So your husband or someone in your family told you that I gave you a nickname. And I told you because you remind me of a Kardashian, and that was it. What made you? Just for a second, I just want to know what made you make a decision to talk to like an independent journalist. I'm not mainstream media. Why did you pick me to talk to?
I didn't know you before. First,
Oh.
I saw you just every day over there. I actually, when I finished the verdict, I downloaded X and I knew name of two people who were there. I knew your name, and because the jury would talk about it, so we knew who you were, and I knew John DePetro's name because also people knew his name. So those were you guys were the two first people that I started following, and then followed by Aiden. Um, and then I just what caught me was your name actually, and I saw you over there every day. You seemed professional, looking at us, and Sue too. I knew Sue from NBC.
Hmm.
So not every day, but I remember seeing you. I remember your name, and then I asked you like you're Brazilian, so your name caught my
Machado. Yeah.
yeah, your name it caught my head because Jessica Machado is so common in my country.
Yeah.
And I didn't know you were independent media or were with any big
Okay.
television, but because I saw you and I knew your name and I thought like you were professional the time you were there. And when I scroll your posts on X after the trial, and you call me Jennifer, why Jennifer? So that's wasn't like a big deal. It was just
Yeah.
randomly.
So let's talk a little bit about like post trial life because first of all, you're all over X, and anybody who's following you sees that if there are trolls coming at you, you're hitting back at them. So let me just ask the question, why? Does it what's it like as a juror in one of the most known murder trials in this country, and being online and having people, criticize you, follow you, be a fan of you? What is this like social media life like for you right now? I know it's died down a little bit, but not really.
Well, I wouldn't say like I'm all over social media. At first, like the first 2 weeks, let's say, I would respond a lot. Everything I see, I was boom, 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 just responding right away. Um, for like the past 4 weeks, I would say I'm really toned down a lot. I don't post as much. Like I don't go there and keep like putting my thoughts through the day. I mostly respond to what is said to me or about me, and that's like people call me attention seeker or other worse expressions because I'm always there. I'm not always there. If they are always talking about me, I'm always responding. It's not like my option. If nobody's ever saying my name again, I wouldn't. I don't have anything to answer, and I'm gonna
Right.
just post my random thoughts about anything or everything. And why can't I talk about Karen Reed when I was inside the case? And everybody else can. I don't understand why they are so upset with me for being outspoken when it has been 3 years and a lot of people have been following this case and they continue talking about this case even though it's over and there is nothing else you have to do. And the amount of no sense and speculations that people create for me is mind blowing. I've never been in the situation before, so I do enjoy observing. Like, wow, how this idea came up, where this come from.
Right.
It's just mind blowing.
Have you talked to any of the other jurors that you served with?
I do chat with Jason sometimes, the guy who talks to TMZ. That's the person that I have a phone number.
So that's the only one of all of the jurors that you connect with or talk to?
Yeah, we exchange emails over there, not phone numbers. And By Jason, we exchange the social media and then phone numbers, and then sometimes I ask him something or he talks to me, but not very often. You guys need to understand that it wasn't like vacation for us. Like we were there and we did what I had to do. It's not like I choose to be there and I like to be there. It was 6 8 weeks taken away from our lives. Then they have jobs, they have families, they lose appointments, trips, graduations, whatever.
Right.
And so people wanted to continue with their lives, and I want to. I am with continue with my life, but logging in social media is something that I've done before. I had a break from Instagram, and now I'm posting here and there again, and I'm enjoying X. What's the problem with that?
No, no problem as far as I think it's very entertaining. I love watching you kind of go back at the trolls. I think it's I think it's surprising because we didn't really hear or see from any jurors in the first trial. And you're outspoken. I mean, we see attorney Victoria George. She's been on social media. We saw juror number 3 from the first trial as well. But I think it's just surprising for some people that, like I talked about, like that third wall, and like we were so, I don't know if anybody else was, but so petrified to not communicate, not make eye contact too long with you guys. Make sure if I saw you getting on that bus that we didn't like know where it was going. I was so worried about jury tampering. So for me, I've built up over the past couple of years this like third wall. We can't talk. I mean, I remember when you messaged me. First of all, I wasn't sure if it was you, and I was like, "Can you send me a video or a picture?" I was so nervous that it wasn't really you. And then when I saw that, I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe." It's weird breaking through that third wall. And so I actually appreciate it. I think that you've been able to give like so much insight to that case and why you guys thought the way that you did. And I definitely think that the case is going to forever be scrutinized and talked about, and especially with 2 trials to compare what happened the first time to the second time. I said right from the beginning, because I saw both sets of jurors, I loved this jury more. I felt everybody was focused and wanted to be there. And we had some people leave during the first jury, right? We lost a juror, we lost a second juror, we lost that third juror on the day of deliberations. It was just kind of like a mess. To me, everybody seemed really dedicated to what was happening there. I know you've probably talked about it, but you feel everybody took this very seriously.
It did. Everybody took it serious. Nobody like we joke when it was gonna end, and oh, our car is gonna break down one day, like just like jokes. But everybody were just doing what we had to do and waiting for the end. There's no way out. And again, people have their jobs and their lives, and I have mine too. But maybe my situation is a bit more flexible than the
Hmm.
others. I think maybe 2 or 3 other people over there didn't have like regular jobs. Everybody else does like every day, and they are on the summer vacations and everything, and
Right.
they tend to be more private people. I mean, I'm not. It's a personality thing. Maybe it's my culture. I've been outspoken for my whole life. I may run campaigns on Instagram in the past about different matters, and I like to talk about it and make videos. It's out there, like people already found it and saw it. So I have this. I feel comfortable to talking about the things that matter to me. So maybe that's why I'm out, and I have nothing to hide. And
Right.
people want to go with their lives in private. I want to give the audience or the society what they want to hear, because I do like to watch crime. That's another thing too. So I
Right.
know people would be expecting to hear something from someone who were there. And I thought it was okay to do that. And I swear, I thought it was okay to do that. And it would be like 3 days of it. And that was it. I
Yeah.
didn't know the size of the case, guys. I really didn't know.
Surprise. Surprise, Paula. It's kind of a big deal. So you're following everything post trial. Karen's team just filed, or her new team just filed. Listen, she wants her phones back. She wants her car back. She wants access to those sidebar conversations. What do you think about her recent requests?
Not sure about the sidebar conversations. I don't know if it's legally possible. Don't know the law, but why not? She should have her car and her cell phone back at her property. She was innocent and found innocent about the case. So I've been follow her case. I mean, what I know, it's really pretty much what you guys put it out there. I'm not going to seek for news and what's going on. I'm watching the first trial slowly because I'm in the middle of summer vacation, and I'm
Right.
taking some notes. And also, I like to watch the second trial too, to refresh my recollection of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not seeking like for information on the case. Everything I get mostly is from X.
Anything that has surprised you most post trial over the past several weeks? Anything that has really kind of caught you off guard? Anything that you didn't expect? Anything involving the trial at all that is kind of something, hey, I didn't expect that. I didn't think I would see that. Anything standing out to you?
Yes, the commotion around the case, like how many people were involved in this case and for how long? Like civilians, people normal like
Yeah.
you and me outside and giving money and running fundraising. This is not something common in Brazil and something I never saw before.
Yeah.
And I didn't follow crimes here, so I didn't know it was a thing that people has this ability to get together and raise money for a defendant or
It
something they
is
believe.
unique though. I mean, I know you're saying it's uncommon where you're from, but I mean, it is extremely unique to see a murder suspect have such a fan base and raise so much money and have a following. I mean, it's really unique. I've never seen anything like it either.
I was listening to a podcast yesterday from Brazil, and the host was talking about Derek something from Florida, and they are raising money for him too,
Mhm.
and he was accused to kill his mom. And then I even comment that in a comment section, like, wow, people really get together and they believe something. So this commotion around and the amount of money that was raised and how she got help to pay for her legal team and everything, and how people are passionate and still, you know, passion talking about it insistently and going on, and they don't accept the verdict, or they accept the verdict that are going to continue on online and back and forth. This is something that surprised me, to be honest. I thought like, well, it's a case you followed, you like it, it's done.
Right.
And there's still a lot of people involved and wanting to know and searching and working on it, and making YouTube's videos of it. It's new to me.
Has anybody straight out asked you who you think killed John O'Keefe?
You mean like from the media or regular people?
Media. Has anybody? I mean, maybe I've missed it, but I mean, people have asked you. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, the first interviews they had in my lawn here, when they got me coming out of the park at 9 p.m. at night, and everybody complained about that interview that was caught totally off guard out of the blue.
Actually, I do remember. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There was so much going on, like right after that. I remember that actually. I felt bad for you because they kind of got you unexpected. You look like a deer literally caught in the headlights. I know you care about, making sure you are respectable and doing an interview, and they didn't get you in your best moment. That was a pretty wild time actually, Paula. I feel bad for you.
No, it was pretty much summer day. I got home with my three kids and my dad. We were all like sweating after a park and picnic and everything and Pond Express. And like, it's literally as I'm pulling in, they start like walking on my driveway holding cameras and microphones. I never saw that before. My
Right.
kids get off of the car and just like big eyes open. And what's going on, Mama? Are you gonna be okay? So yeah,
Yeah.
don't worry, guys. Go inside. And then they were already here. Okay, so let's talk. I already talked to you before. I gave my
Yeah.
name. Would happen. Why not? They are
Yeah.
working. I respect their time.
Right.
But was really a horrible interview. And that day they
So,
asked who I think killed him. And I remember specifically asking, is this going to be on camera? And one of the cameramen said no, but then was.
of course.
Uh, naive. I was naive at that moment. And I think I talked about something happened inside the house, and I said the name of the law enforcement that I think could be involved. And I mean, looking back now, it wasn't a smart move for me.
Um, let's pivot a little bit. I know that you interviewed with Aiden. You were on his show. How much of his cases that are adjacent to the Karen case have you followed up on? Do you know much about what's going on with him and his witness intimidation charges that relate to the Karen retrial?
Yeah, I watched part of the last hearing he had,
Yeah.
and I read what he writes. I know people talk a lot about him going to someone's lacrosse game
Hmm.
and how this was horrible. And they also know there was one time and thing that he did, and they asked, but what you think about what Aiden said about John's mom and showing up on the game and blah blah. It's like, guys, I'm not responsible for Aiden's action. I maybe if I was a journalist, I would approach it differently, but I also wouldn't come to my house at 9 p.m. and one day to, get someone to talk.
Right.
And so everybody has their own way to work, and I'm not in a position to judge him. People think I knew him from before, and then he paid me out for convince 11 other people that kind. I mean, first of all, they have to uh, pay me, find me, pay me, and then I have needing to make sure I am going to be selected to deliberation, so I
Right.
can convince the other 11, and all
Right.
this prior trial. Like,
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
the
know
conspiracy theories abound, unfortunately.
that's why I answer with sarcasm and this whole clap back thing because
Yeah,
I can't take seriously. It's just
right,
ridiculous.
right.
Um,
Any
that's what I know.
go ahead.
No, that's what I know about him. I know he had those like events that wasn't like good, so good looking for his um case going to the game and the way he talked about John's mom. But I mean, from what I saw, it doesn't look, it's questionable if he really committed harassment, witness harassment or not, from what I saw. But
Right.
I'm not there. I don't know everything.
I remember when I asked you why you wanted to interview with me, one of the things you said is you wanted the O'Keefes to get a message from you about, the case and John. Have you had any contact with the O'Keefe family at all?
No, I suspect some people who approach me on an accident might be close friends or maybe family.
Yep.
But no, nobody straightforward came to me. And I mean, I understand they might not like me or believe me or might think horrible things about me. But my conscience is, I'm okay with my conscience. I did what I think I had to do. And I really feel, if you know me in my personal life, you know the type of person I am. Of course, I feel bad for a mother who lost her son and her
Yeah.
daughter prior to that, and the kids who, lost the third caregiver in like in short space of time. Uh, but like I said to you, it wasn't like something we are pro Karen Reed all over. We just couldn't put everything together and be sure that she was actually responsible. Just the fact that wasn't proved that it wasn't a collision and the whole thing, oh, but his phone stopped working at the same time her car backed up. It's not like this. You have to go look at the documents and the data and everything. It's not the same time like people actually think.
Right.
So we had the chance to analyze deeply and very carefully. And I'm sorry, it didn't seem to have a collision. And I really wish they could find what happened to John for real. And in my head, could be something inside the house, of course, but could be an accident, could be a horrible, tragic accident on his lawn. I don't know.
Right. So some time has passed. Social media has died down. Those interviews have kind of died down. Um, are you doing anything, any book deals, anything like that? I know I had someone ask me, like, is she doing anything related to Karen Reed? You've been one of the most outspoken jurors of between both trials. Any deals or anything like that in the works?
No, Jessica, I think I'm the dummiest media tour attention seeker ever because I don't really get anything from this. It's all out of my passion for true crime. So
Yep.
I wanted to give a word to people, and genuinely, like, my intention is really just tell what happened and on our point of view from our,
Yeah.
from our place in court. For those who are interested in listen. And at first, I wanted to tell the O'Keefes what actually crossed our minds, and I hope that they got this message and they are, working their way through healing away from social media. And but that was it. I have nothing. I'm going on with my life. I had a part-time gig before, and then I'm trying to get back to it. But at the same time, my kids are in vacation, and I'm just, living my regular mom life.
I mean, I tell Paula to go to the Madeira Feast. We play at 5:30 Portuguese and Brazilian music. So I know you're in Norfolk County. Down here in Bristol County, there is a huge feast that is going on this weekend. It was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the Madeira Feast. Madeira wine, Portuguese, everything down here. And I appreciate that person saying that they're playing, but it's a really great time for you and your family if you come down. Um, I think I'm just fascinated by you, your outspokenness, having watched you, and then also just with this jury and how they came to the decisions that they came to this time around. I think it's pretty historic. I mean, you guys are memorialized in something. I think that's really important, and it's going to be there forever. I think my opinion, you've really held your own. You've handled it with class. You handle the trolls, like you said, with like this kind of like really dry humor, which I think is absolutely hysterical. And I think people really appreciate it. I know that you want to get back to your life, but I did think it was time to kind of like come back and just like circle back and be like, let's just kind of revisit it a little bit. Because, you played a really big part in, I think, getting to the bottom of what happened. And I think a lot of people just wanted the truth. They wanted, facts, sensible people to take this seriously. I can tell you, I never once thought that there was an issue with this jury. I thought it was a great jury. I thought you guys got it, took it seriously. And then I think the result showed, you know what I mean? All of that is what we felt, we saw. You guys took it seriously. I just thought it was time to catch up. I mean, you're an OG bestie, and I appreciate your presence on X. I know it's a little tamped down, but giving it back to these trolls is been legendary. I think it's been great how you've handled it.
Yeah, I don't feel like I have this obligation to be on X all the time and talking to
Yeah.
everybody, because I want to keep the things going from my fame and money that's coming my way, like they like to say.
Yes. You're
But
so rich and famous now, Paula. I can't
oh
believe
my
it.
God, I am. Today I make $19 more from X. So like I did 36 2 weeks ago. Today I have 19 more. I'm
I
like,
know people
wow.
are like, I saw you post that, and I was like, look at her dropping her numbers from like people think the monetization from X. Actually, it's one of the least monetized platforms. Like there's no money in X whatsoever. I saw you post that and I was like, look at her like putting everybody in their place.
My husband say I talk too much. Like people here in the States, they're more private about their business and everything. And
Yep.
maybe that's why I get too much attention, because I do talk too much.
Yeah,
But
no.
it's really like I don't have anything to hide, and I don't care
Yeah.
about showing those silly things, and just prove my point.
Yeah.
They say you are looking, oh, you can't stop, you're so disrespectful to the family, blah blah. And dude, you have your profile with pictures of a deceased person. I can't even answer sarcastically to those type of profiles, because I feel
Yeah.
bad. I'm seeing that picture over there.
Yeah.
I'm not perpetuating anything. They are. Stop talking,
Right.
and I will stop showing up, and I will talk about something else, because I like talking. What can I do?
Are you going to follow any of so there's a couple cases that are in Massachusetts, the Sandra Birchmore case. Are you following that at all?
Yes, and Brian Walsh too.
Brian Walsh case, yep.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I'm not following up with those ones. I saw a documentary on the Sandra Bridgemore too,
Yeah.
and I mean, it's some from outside. It's now I have like a different perspective. From I do feel both of them are oh God, I missed the word. Help me, Jess. They are guilty. Sorry, they are guilty. So basic, right? They are guilty. I feel. Seems like Walsh is guilty, and of Matthew too. Matthew. Well, both of them. But then I keep thinking, like, what the jury is gonna see. Is there any like
Yeah.
holes on the investigation, like
Yeah.
I said before? And if there is, man, I don't know. I wanted them to get convicted, but I don't know. Just when you see everything in front of you, and then you're gonna have a good sense of what's really happened, and if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. Yeah, I think the Karen Reed case, first of all, if you weren't a crime junkie before, you are now. So many people, I mean, uh, if they weren't following the first trial, it was the second trial. I mean, everybody I know is following it, but I think we all feel like we're a little bit more connected to the system, the court system, the legal system. We understand things a little bit differently. And so, having these other cases, as unfortunate as they are, the Sandra Birchmore case in particular, I think we're all going to be able to look at that in a completely different way. The system is the same, but I think us looking at it is definitely changed forever just because of what we've seen through the Karen Reed trial. So, yeah, it's very interesting.
And break this
Um,
stereotype that you can like just blindly trust, the system, the prosecutor, and the investigation and everything. Do break the stereotype, and it's important for us to know that,
yeah.
so we can know our rights and look it up for other people too.
Yeah, I think we're all dealing with like post trial life and recognizing things, the systems that are in place aren't always dependable. Can't trust everybody. And advocating for yourself is obviously the most important thing. I know you do that. Karen did that. And, I think that's a big takeaway too, to just be able to speak up if something doesn't feel right. But that's a
Yeah.
whole other thing for another day. I wanted to thank you for coming on. It's my first show, Paula. Um,
Congratulations and
thank
good
you.
luck with your show and your ideas, and keep bringing good
Thanks.
news and your work. I appreciate your work from the things I've read before. I think you were spot on, honest, clear, and didn't make up any stories. And that's why I look up to you when I
Oh,
finish the trial.
thanks. When I'm on vacation, you can take over for one of my shows and you can run the show for me. Would that work?
Sure, let's do it.
Perfect. Paula Prado, juror number 11 from the Karen retrial. Thanks so much for joining me today, Bestie.
Thank you. Good luck and everything. Have a nice show.
Thank you. That's Paula. I haven't actually chatted with her like that. We did like a chat. Um, I still can't really get over that Paula actually agreed to chat with me, and do that interview. If you haven't read the Paula Prado interview, you're one of only a few, but you can read it on my Substack at Jess Machado Show. It was a really great interview, eye-opening. There were a couple moments in that interview where people were a little confused, because she talked about a previous witness that wasn't actually in this case, but she gave a really great explanation to that. I included that in a second Substack, so you can go back to read that. Are we done with the Karen Reed trial? I'm not done. I don't know if it's because I'm from Massachusetts, because I followed it, because Karen's family lives in the town over. I don't know if I'm ever going to be done. I think we're slowly getting further away from it. But then just when I think we're kind of getting a little bit of like, I don't know, it's quiet, then we have these new filings from Karen. She wants her Lexus back. She wants her phone back. She wants these sidebar conversations. I think it's actually never going to go away. It's going to be years and years and years. I remember talking to Nathan Reed when we did that interview with LTL, and I was like, "What's life like?" And he's like, "This is like a new normal. This is a new life. It's different now, forever." I'm excited to see when Karen finally talks. I don't know about any of you. She hasn't spoken yet. I know. That everybody's wondering where she is and what she's doing. I'm wondering what that first post interview is going to be like. I figure let's scroll through some comments and see what people were saying. And then we have Amy Carnivale that's going to join us at 10:15, I believe. Just so that you know, like Erin basically is my whole background to this whole show. She's doing a dance. Is it fun? Yeah. I like to talk. I joke around and say I'm the talent. I want to walk in, touch a microphone, and chat. I don't want to do anything else. Jeffrey's laughing over in the corner. He's like laughing at me, but I am the talent. I just want to talk and ask questions, and I'm probably a little nervous too. Like I don't know if this is gonna. It's the best show, but I didn't know how to organize or do any of my back stuff, and Erin is just like doing it all. What am I looking? What is that? Oh, everybody's saying Erin's fire. Erin's with the hands. She's loving it. If it weren't for Erin, I wouldn't honestly be able to do this. I don't know else. Everybody needs like I don't know how anybody else does it. Like any of these other guys, like the Glare and Mike Crawford, do they have like a bestie that's with them? Because maybe it's because I'm a girl. I just need like another person here, but I couldn't do it without Erin. So can we scroll through comments? Can I scroll up and see what's happening? I don't know how to do that, but it's my show, I know, but I don't know how to do this. Let's read some questions. Tell Paula to go to the Madeira feast. I saw that. Let's see. Whether you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney, you never want someone who is a true crime detective on a jury. Well, she was, and she made it, believe it or not. I mean, so I covered a trial in Fall River a couple of weeks ago, and then because the show was getting going, I didn't get a chance to actually follow through. But oh, yay! Thanks, Festies. So if you're following my ex, I was covering a trial in Fall River about a teacher, Matthew Paris, I believe. Paris. He's a teacher who was accused of raping two students, and so I watched that trial up until, honestly, until we got to some witnesses, and then I had to stop. I just didn't have the time. I didn't have the manpower. I wish I had a second bestie that could have gone there and live tweeted for me. Maybe I will train one of you and you can go and do it. But I couldn't go because we were doing this. And so anyway, if you were following that story, just so you know, he was found not guilty of rape yesterday. The only thing he was charged with was indecent assault and battery that they found guilty. But I watched the jury selection, and it was a very different jury selection. So in the Karen Reed trial, everything was done quietly. I'll get to that question if we can leave it up there. So in the Karen Reed trial for jury selection, we're in that big courtroom at Norfolk Superior, and you're sitting there and you're watching. Jurors get called up to a sidebar, and we could not hear the questions that either the judge was asking or the defense or the Commonwealth. We kind of figured out what would happen if a juror got pushed off to the side. We could see like a system and a style and a pattern of what was happening. But not only did we not know what they were saying, we didn't know if they were actually a seated juror or anything. Sometimes they would walk out. Sometimes we don't know if they were dismissed. I remember like Christina Rex and Sue and I would look at each other and be like, do we think that they picked that one? And we were like, yeah, but we had no idea. Watching a Superior Court case in Fall River, a very different jury selection. It was all public. It was all done in front of us. So one juror, potential juror would come in. They would sit at the witness stand, recorded as loud as day. The judge would ask that person some questions. And then the Commonwealth behind their table in front of the microphone would ask their own questions. And then the defense team would ask their own questions. All public, all loud. We could see and hear everything. And then you could hear their responses. And it was fascinating because this was such a big like question mark for us during jury, selection for the Karen Reed trial both times. That's okay. And to see it live and see it, well, number one, I guess transparent, was just wild. And it makes me wonder, I don't know, like what jury, to see this jury this time around in Karen Reed, I wish we had heard those questions. I wish we had heard those answers. In this rape trial, I remember the defense asked almost the same question of every potential juror. Do you believe that a teenage girl could lie about a sexual relationship with an adult? Do you think she could have reasons for doing that? And many of the jurors who got seated said yes. Including women. And ultimately, he was found not guilty. I unfortunately couldn't finish that case, but just really fascinating part of the jury selection process. And I know going forward with the Walsh case and the Sandra Birchmore case, we're all going to be looking at those and seeing how similar these are to the Karen Reed trial and jury selection. And I know, like many of you, like, what we know now about the court system and how, first of all, are we all not like mini attorneys now? Like, I'm just saying, like, I enrolled in paralegal classes last fall because of the Karen Reed trial, because I thought like, well, I think I could do that. Or first of all, turns out I can't, just so you know. But I think we all feel like we're little mini lawyers now. We're little mini people. Successfully defended myself in court, by the way. I'm just saying multiple times. I'm a back-to-back courtroom winner. And I feel getting some applause from my husband. And I do think it has a little bit to do with watching Aiden's cases, by the way, like so much success there and whatever. But anyway, I do feel like we all think we're a little bit more law savvy now than we've ever been, thanks to these trials. Was not a true crime junkie before, was not watching true crime podcasts, wasn't doing any of that stuff. But when you watch somebody, wrongfully get accused of murder, that resonated with me too. And I don't want to be too heavy in Karen Reed stuff, but man, it was pretty crazy to think that a regular person could just, have their whole life changed and then be innocent. It's crazy to me. I guess we're looking at that trial in Fall River, same thing. That guy has been charged since 2020. He's been under house arrest for 5 years. And ultimately now he's free. I just find that 5 years is a long time. 3 years is a long time. So anyway, thanks to Paula. She's an OG bestie. And I'm always fascinated with her willingness to talk and give it back to everybody. I know we're going to have Mass GOP Chairwoman Amy Carnival jump on at 10:15. So let's talk a little bit about like politics and where I stand with all this stuff. So I remember being in high school. I went to high school in Pennsylvania, and we had a social studies class. I don't even remember the name of it. And my teacher was asking about like the welfare system in the country. And I remember there was a girl, and she had some really great like thoughts on the welfare system, and I did not agree with her, and we got into a heated back and forth conversation. And I was 17 at the time, and I remember that teacher, Mr. McDonald, saying, "Oh, you're a Republican." And I didn't really know what a Republican was at the time, although I highly identified with Alex P. Keaton from back in the day. Like, I remember thinking I agreed with him from Family Ties. Was it Family Ties? Is that the show? Alex P. Keaton. He was like a little, yeah, he's a Republican. I was like, yes, I'm him. But I grew up in a family of like Democrats, liberal Democrats. My twin sister was a raging liberal Democrat. She's got like the just all about it. And my other sister too, she's a Democrat. I always thought differently and felt differently about all of these things. And so I've always been active in politics. I've always wanted to help local candidates. I've had friends that have run for city council and school committee. This is going back years, 20 plus years. My friend Steve Walsh, who's not with us anymore, was on the city council in Fall River. This is going back, 26, 27 years ago. I remember holding signs and always wanting to be near polling booths on election day. I'll never miss election day. Is like Christmas to me. It's like one of my favorite days of the year. I am a political campaign junkie. I love it. As I got older and I became, yes, Michael J. Fox, Alex P. Keaton, and Howie Carr. I used to, read Howie Carr back in the day, which is why it was so surreal that I was on his show. But so I have my opinions. I know how I feel about things. Things really started to change for me when I became a parent and I had a bunch of kids in school. So, I have 3 children and my husband has 1. We have 4 school-age kids at this time, and things just really started to change for me. And I recognized I wanted to be a little bit more involved in politics than I was. And I ran for school committee myself. I got obliterated at the polls back-to-back years, like last place every single solitary time. But the second time I ran in 2020 turned out to be an absolute nightmare. We'll talk about that another time. But in 2020, I also started working for the Trump campaign. That was the first time I worked for a presidential campaign at a state level. I absolutely loved it. I learned so much. I got to meet so many different people. But at that time, I also learned that there was some disjointedness in the Republican Party in Massachusetts. I didn't know anything about it. Like a lot of you, I knew I was voting Republican, but I didn't understand the party. I didn't know what state committee was. I didn't know anything about it. I learned a lot the hard way, unfortunately, in 2020. And ever since then, I've really tried to focus on strengthening the Republican Party in my area and across the state. You can tell by what I write. I care about the regular average taxpayer and our lives and how politicians and policy affect us directly. And those things need change. And I've been able to make change. I know it's possible. I want to inspire people to get involved, run for office, help people who are running for office, and also like be serious and responsible with your voting. And so I have a love affair with the Mass GOP. I know people don't love it, but I think it's very important. And I think we're in a really great place today. Can we get into a better place? Yes. But we've come a long way. I actually think it's an exciting time to be a Republican for a lot of reasons. And so I thought it would be really great to, call up Amy Carnival. She's the chairwoman of the Mass GOP, and ask her if she would join me today. And she has agreed to do so. So let's bring her on. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Jessica. Great to be with you.
You look so patriotic.
Yes. Well, I had to, be here for the occasion and celebrating our great country and President Trump, and grateful for all the policies that he's implementing here in the United States. And, we're just already seeing the results in Massachusetts in the first 6 months in terms of immigration. So just obviously, want to celebrate that.
Well, before we talk about nationally where we stand, let's talk a little bit about Massachusetts. You've been chair for a couple of years now. How many years exactly, Amy?
A year, 2.5 years.
let's talk about the past 2.5 years. So let's talk about, well, can I just let's relax and take it down a notch. What were give me your top 2 goals when you became chair that you wanted, and have you achieved those?
Yeah. So, number one goal was really to stabilize the party. You might remember 2.5 years ago, the party was embroiled in quite a bit of infighting, litigation. We were in debt, well over 6 figures of debt. And so the biggest priority before we could even think about supporting candidates and advocating policies was really stabilize the internal workings of the party. And we have come a long way since then.
I agree.
Obviously, people in the Republican Party feel passionate about issues. And so, we'll always have debates about issues, and there'll always be some of that going on. But we've come a long way. We actually just had a meeting Thursday night, in which we passed a number of resolutions. We did the business of the part. We had candidates speak to the committee. We talked about candidates that we intend to support financially and those that we already have. So the party is functioning. It is working the way it's intended to work. So that's number one. Again, always more work to be done, but we're well on our way. And then number two is to win elections. I mean, that's what the party exists for. It's to support candidates and win elections. And we had a good year last year. Again, more work to be done. We're really looking forward to the next cycle, and I want to talk about that with you. But we held our numbers in the state rep and the House seats. We picked up a state Senate seat. And then the year prior, we added another state Senate seat with the addition of Senator Peter Durant in a special election. Right. And we competed hard in 2 special elections in state rep this year as well. So I do think we've made progress. And then looking at the municipal level, certainly added seats at the town and city level as well. And some of those local level seats. And that's really, when you think about growing the Republican Party long term, it's getting some of those younger members involved at the local level, because that's our bench moving forward. And that's really what we needed to work on. And we're well on the way to doing that.
I agree with you. I feel we've won a little bit down here in Bristol County and Somerset. We had some local wins. We had Justin Thurber win a long time held Democratic seat for state representative in the 5th Bristol. I like winning. It feels great to, have an election night party and it be a win. And I do feel like there's that momentum right now. We've had those wins under our belt, and statewide, I think it's invigorating and it's a fun time. It's hard when you're asking people to, number one, donate money. If you don't donate money, donate your time, and then not get the result that you want. And I feel there was some, volunteer fatigue for a while within the party, especially down here. People like, well, what are we going to do this for? But you're right. With these wins and these successes, I think people can look and say, we have come a long way. We have a plan. We're going, keeping going. And that is, inspiring and getting people involved. You mentioned a little bit about, a bench and younger people. Are the young Republicans down in Washington or somewhere right now? I'm seeing a lot of social media. We've got a young delegation that is representing Massachusetts somewhere right now.
Yes. So the Young Republicans are meeting for their annual convention in Nashville. And so the Massachusetts has sent its delegation in Nashville, and they're representing us. And so we're proud that we have some new leadership of the Young Republicans. And I recognized that leadership at our state committee meeting just last Thursday, and obviously grateful for our outgoing leadership. Leah Fahey served for many years, as well as Senator Kelly Dooner. So they're stepping out of the Young Republicans and going on to other things as they kind of patch the torch along to some of our new leaders, the Young Republicans.
It's exciting. So let's talk about what I think everybody wants to talk about. We have currently, I believe, 2, 3, 4 maybe candidates that are running for governor to take on Maura Healey. As you know, myself and other social media, influencers who are kind of tackling these subjects that are impacting voters and taxpayers every day. We understand what's at stake with the 2026 election. So we've had Mike Keneally announce, we've had Brian Schwartzleeve announce, I think Aaron Packard has announced he's another candidate, and we're going to anticipate some more. Talk to us a little bit about this whole new, group of people that want to step up and lead for Republicans and for the state.
Yeah, so I think the fact that we have this many candidates in the race this early, and really successfully raising money, building a campaign, speaks to the fact that Maura Healey is very weak and her lack of leadership. Both, I would mention, Mike Keneally addressed the state committee this week. I know Brian Shortsleeve is he may be addressing at the next meeting. I know he's looking forward to doing the same, and Aaron Packard may be doing the same as well. We have Republican candidates running for governor who have extensive public service. They have networks in Massachusetts, so the ability to attract additional support, raise money, because it takes money to run statewide. Mm-hmm. As much as we don't like to, think that that's a prerequisite, it's a fact of life in politics in Massachusetts when you're competing against the Democrats and the unions, and the union money that goes in the other side. Republicans need the ability to raise money to get their voice out and be heard by those independent voters. So the fact that we have candidates now active, I know both have been in Mike Keneally and Brian Shortsleeve have been in Bristol County at various RTC meetings speaking. So they're have identified the fact Bristol County is very important to this election, and particularly.
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. Maura Healey has been in Fall River or Bristol County 3 times in the past 3 weeks. So we had an issue down here with a fire where there was a loss of life. She was here twice for that, but she was just here at our chamber speaking to them about her accomplishments over the past couple of years. She's taking this area very serious. I know Congressman Auchincloss spent a lot of time down here. They're worried because of the vote. So I didn't want to interrupt your momentum, but I think they're identifying that there's a pocket of conservative voting happening down here in Bristol County, which is non-traditional for this area, and they're taking it seriously.
Yeah, and so I'll just say, here at the Mass GOP, we have redrawn our maps for competitive districts for us, the targeted districts, the districts where we focus on as Republicans. If you think back 4, 6, 8 years ago, the maps that we're looking at now for running Republican candidates to be competitive are very different than what they were just a short time ago. And that's largely as a result of President Trump and the remaking of the Republican Party, I think, under Trump and Vance, and what it means to be a Republican. When you think nationally, under President Trump, he's talking a lot about working Americans. If you think about the Big Beautiful Act that was just signed into law, you think about the tax cuts that were provided: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Those issues are issues that really resonate with police, fire, those who work overtime shifts, restaurant workers. So that's the Republican Party of today. And so for us in the Mass GOP, we want to take advantage of that. And so we have identified districts where we're working to be competitive and run candidates. And those are districts that are a lot different than, again, where they were 8 or 10 years ago.
What kind of message can you give to a voter who says, I don't love the Mass GOP. I don't like what they've done. But I think they know that the Democrats are not favoring them, their lifestyles, their families. Where's that message to that independent voter to get them to swing a little bit to the right, if not forever, at a minimum next November?
Yeah, so the one thing I talk a lot about, in particular with the kind of legacy media and Boston media, is balance and checks and balances, because that's something that the legacy media likes to think about as the ideal in a democratic republic. Is you have these checks and balances, and of course here in Massachusetts, nothing could be further from the truth. We do not have checks and balances. We do not have accountability. We do not have transparency. And too often the media is shut out of what's happening on Beacon Hill. They see legislation at the 11th hour, right before it's voted on. And even the Democrat legislators will tell us privately that they see the legislation right before it's voted on as well. And they don't like it either. So So that's the message that we talk to those voters about, those independent voters. And again, over 60% of voters in Massachusetts are not enrolled in either party. And so we'll talk to them about checks and balances and how disruptive it is, and to have one party government, and that's not representing anybody. And you just, an issue like the audit of the legislature, 72% of voters supported that. And yet it's being stymied by the legislature itself. The governor's going along with it, as is the attorney general, who is supposed to be independent. So this is a prime example of why you need more Republicans on Beacon Hill, and why you need a Republican governor for that push and pull in that balance.
Before we talk about Trump and nationally, where the party stands and what he's doing to better our nation, let me ask you what everybody wanted to know. The Norfolk District Attorney's race, obviously the Karen Reed trial, we saw Mass GOP put up a post the day of the verdict about the trial. And let's talk about that race. It's pretty interesting. It goes a lot to say about how we feel when we're looking at smaller local elections, where people don't realize that, every vote counts, and candidates stepping up make a difference. And unfortunately, in the absence of good quality conservative Republican candidates, we get, people who stay in power for a long time. How feasible is it that a Republican could win the seat in Norfolk for district attorney?
Yeah, I think it's entirely feasible. I think, certainly we're aware that Michael Morrissey has a big campaign war chest. But the fact that there's multiple Democrats running means he's going to spend that money. And there's going to be money spent against him in a primary. So this is the type of election where with a high quality candidate as a Republican, it can be won. There's been polling done that shows the approval rating of Michael Morrissey, I think, is in single digits. And he's made that, it's a national embarrassment. So This is exactly the kind of race that a Republican candidate should win. We're talking to a couple of candidates, and so we expect to be competitive in that election. And certainly we'll be reaching out, trying to reach out to some of the activists who were out during the Karen Reed trial to ensure that Michael Morrissey is not reelected.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very invigorated base out there supporting, justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore in all these cases. These people, they care a lot about where they live and the people who are leading their communities. I think it's smart that you guys might tap into those individuals and kind of give them a new task, which is to kind of make change, right? Celebrating a win in a courtroom is one thing, but kind of like, let's stop the hemorrhaging of what's going on here and get behind a candidate that can make that change. Is very smart.
Yes, if you think about the corruption that took place in that trial, it was obvious. And so we need systemic change. And so, absolutely. We can and should be taking advantage of the activists that turned out in the Karen Reed trial to make that kind of change for the future.
That's great. I'm excited for that. Yeah. Before I let you go, talk to me a little bit about Trump. Where are we at? Republicans and Democrats right now are watching everything he does. What do you think so far of the Trump administration since he took over in January? And what do you think the summer has looked like for us and his work to kind of make some progress and cancel out the past 4 years of the Biden administration?
Yeah, the progress that has been made in these first 6 months, it's just unbelievable. Starting with the executive orders. So it seemed like the first 2 or 3 months, it was, multiple executive orders every day, kind of clawing back these DEI initiatives that, every federal agency just kind of went overboard with their contracting. You saw it from everything from transportation to the Department of Energy to the FAA. And, real life examples of what went wrong under some of those decisions. So those were some of the immediate policies which were clawed back, just to provide, an even-handed ability for all people to compete, regardless of their backgrounds. So that was early on. And now we're seeing some of the longer term policies. So, for example, leveling of trade balance with many countries that have taken advantage of the United States for decades. And President Trump has said no longer. We're going to have fair trade, and he's put his foot down, and we're seeing the results of that. One thing I'm most excited about, well, I guess two things. I'm also really excited about here in Massachusetts is energy policy. So opening up some of our domestic energy policies and requiring that we're seeing other countries commit to buying U.S. supplies of energy. That's great for the United States.
Right.
We should be less dependent on other countries, and also less dependent on some of these renewable energy sources that end up costing Americans more money than saving money. Right. So that, and then I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about closing the border and immigration, because it has such a huge consequence on the budget here in Massachusetts. We've talked a lot about that over the last couple of years, and we'll be talking about it more as we head into the gubernatorial election. And the policies that were put in place by Maura Healey, just rolling out the benefits for either illegals or the legal migrants that came over during the Biden administration. And we're still feeling the economic consequences of that today.
Do you like your job?
Most days, Jess. So there are some days when I have to admit, some days when I do say, why am I doing this? But then I think about the importance of having a robust Republican Party, and I'm committed to the cause, and so that's why I continue to do it.
Do you think you have a great team around you to elevate you and to kind of accomplish these goals? I mean, for me as a Republican, I feel it, I see the work, but to the regular average person, I don't know if they know what the state committee is. I don't know if they know who their state committee woman or man is. If you could have like a dream scenario here, what does your party need to kind of get the word out and influence voters and maybe even have them join the party? Do you have all the tools you need? Are you getting them from a national level? Or I know that's kind of like a disjointed question, but can there be growth in this party, not just temporarily, like at an election season and say, hey, we've got a bad governor here and maybe we've got a better option, but is there an opportunity to build on this base that we have in this state and move it a little bit more red?
Yeah, so in terms of support from the national level, I'll just say a couple things. One, they provide a lot of resources in terms of training and information, talking points, communication tools. They help us with our website. So there's a lot of kind of base level support that the National Party provides under outgoing Chairman Mike Whatley, who's now running for U.S. Senate. And I'm sure that will continue under our new chairman, Chairman Powers, who's chair of the Florida party, has announced he has President Trump's support to be chair of the RNC. So I'm sure that will continue. I will say, being in Massachusetts, the financial support is not nearly what it is for the national level that we see in other states. And that's just the fact that we have not been as competitive on the federal level with some of our congressional seats. Now, I'm hopeful that will change. We have 2 candidates announced against Bill Keating on the Cape. And I do think that could be kind of a sleeper of a race. And if we get some polling into next year that shows that's a competitive race, then we could see some financial resources coming into Massachusetts to kind of couple with that baseline of infrastructure. But in terms of on the ground, we always need more volunteers. When we think about the special election we just had in Taunton for the state rep seat, we lost by 15 votes. The Mass GOP held almost weekly door knocking sessions at the end of that campaign. We put the word out. We actually made phone calls as well. So we made tens of thousands of phone calls by volunteers, staff at the party, and our interns. But we could have used more door knockers. And so that's really, when we think about competitive races, key races, it's important to have people who want to get involved. And whether you're willing to do door knocking or willing to hold a sign or make a phone call, make a donation, however people want to help, there are always ways to get involved. And our candidates and our party needs more help, because too often we see on the other side paid supporters. We think about the recount. The Mass GOP helped underwrite the recount in Taunton, $5,000 legal expense. Over on the other side, you saw it was all union folks getting paid. They were checking in each day of the recount and to get presumably get paid. So we always need more volunteers and more help. And I just encourage anybody listening to your podcast today to reach out to their state committee member. If they don't know who they are, reach out to the Mass GOP. Go to our website, massgop.com. They can email me directly at ac@massgop.com. Just reach out and we'll connect you and we'll get you involved. There's always more work that needs to be done.
Yeah, I really try to advocate for your city and town committees. I think, in the absence of those, you've got a lot of people that are looking for a place to go, but they don't have a home base. They don't know where to go. And, I'll continue to educate everybody, but every city or town can or should have a Republican town or city committee. And then you have someone that kind of oversees that with your state committee men and women. If you're interested, by the way, you can always just message us and we'll connect you to your state committee man or woman. And then you'll, hopefully have a space to land in your community. Amy, anything exciting coming up? I know, obviously, I can't stop thinking about next year and these gubernatorial candidates. Anything exciting that we need to know going into the fall?
Well, I just mentioned, Jess, I know your coverage is heavy in Bristol County. So I just want to cover a couple of things in Bristol County to let you know, because I know you're a fact-based person and you like your data.
I like receipts and data. Yes.
Yes. So we did an analysis looking at the Bristol County support over the last cycle. So not only did we have one of our 2 field offices in Bristol County, and that was at the DeMello building in conjunction with the Trump campaign, but we actually spent 50% of our direct spending on candidates was in Bristol County, and that's statewide. So it was a really important area for us. And then, of course, in addition, just in this last year, for 6 months of this year in the special election, we spent over $20,000 plus the $5,000 for the recount in Taunton. So we know Bristol County is important. We knew it last cycle in terms of the spending 50% of the entire state resources we supported for candidates was in Bristol County. So we're going to continue to be paying a lot of attention to Bristol County and supporting candidates. So I wanted to mention that. But in terms of events, we do have an events page on our website. So again, to direct your listeners to massgop.com. Look at our events page. We have some fun events coming up. We have one on the Cape coming up, really geared to some younger folks, kind of a day at the beach on a Saturday at the Cape. So any of your listeners on Cape Cod, we'd encourage them to come connect with some of our younger members of our state committee and really just a fun way to get connected and get involved. And we're planning, I'll just say in September, we're getting ready to announce an event in conjunction with Sheriff Lou Evangelitis. It'll be one of the early Saturdays in September at a bar called the Off the Rails, so country themed bar. And so we'll have some music and an opportunity to connect with candidates running.
I think you're doing a great job. I think, for people who follow me, they know I pay attention to this. You're right. We've come so far since you've taken over, getting us out of debt, kind of putting some trust back into the party, which does open the door to people who would like to support financially. It is important. And I try, this disconnect some people get, they feel like, money, and you mentioned it, these things are critical and important pieces to fighting Democrats. We can't hate the player, hate the game, so to speak. It's like, these Democrats have money, these candidates have huge campaign accounts. We have to be competitive with them. And so, I try to tell people, listen, I know maybe it doesn't feel right, but it is important. It's a necessity. Getting the message straight to voters' doors, getting it to their phones. There's only one way to do that. And that's, through fundraising and spending that money responsibly. So I think you've done so great. I mean, I supported you when you started to say you wanted to lead the party. You've never disappointed me. I think we've come so far. It's an exciting time. I know it's a hard job for you, and I know it's a difficult time in Massachusetts, but I have faith in what you're doing. I want my followers and my readers to also have faith in the party and consider maybe even enrolling. Are we over 10% in registered voters yet for Republicans? We were a little below.
So we're below. And so we really would encourage that. That's actually going to be one of the goals this fall that we'll be rolling out is registration using some of our new software programs that we're using. We have a program called Numenar. It's been terrific in supporting
I've
candidates.
used Numenar and it's amazing. I feel like I don't want to talk about it because I don't want Democrats to know, but like Numenar we used it for our local races, and I can't imagine how it would be on like a state level, but it's phenomenal. We're really
So
lucky
we're
to have
planning
it.
this fall to work with some of our Republican town committees to use Numenar to identify Republican leading independents and try to get them to register to bring up those numbers.
Yeah, I'd like to get us over 10%. Wouldn't that be great? And just, can you imagine though, only 10% of registered voters as Republicans? It's crazy because it feels like everybody gets it. You feel that people are upset with the Healy administration and the hotels and all of these things. You feel it. It's just, I want to see those numbers move so that it kind of jives with the sentiment everybody feels. Being out on the street and talking to voters, down here, Congressman Auchincloss has spent time down here. He approached me about an interview. And when I asked why, he was like, we've seen the numbers. We see how people voted. We need to do some work down here in Bristol County. So I get it. But talking to these voters, they see migrants walking across the border, coming to this state and getting everything handed to them. And, we've got people who are in poverty here in Fall River and they're going, well, where's my free stuff? I mean, I hate to say it, but that's how they're looking at it. And then you've got regular families that are having a hard time making ends meet. So I think it's just how we feel needs to translate to the voting booth and getting people over there. So I'm excited to help be a part of that. I know you're doing a great job. I'm excited for all these new candidates. It's a really great, exciting time. And I think you're doing great. And I appreciate that you came on today to talk to everybody. I'm a big fan. And I just want my base to know who you are, put a face to the name, and kind of like, I don't know, warm everybody up to the party a little bit.
Great. Well, I look forward to joining you in future segments. We'll have a lot to talk about over this next year and a half. So
for sure,
love to join you again. And obviously we'll be recommending to our Republican candidates that they join you as well.
Thanks, Amy, very much.
Of course.
Amy Carnival, Chairwoman of the Mass GOP. Thanks for joining us today. You're the best.
Thank you, Jess. Bye.
Thanks. All right, besties. Hi, how are we doing? How's everybody doing? What time is it? It's 11:15. How are we doing? So I know there's going to be things people don't love about the Republican Party. I know there's things that people are going to feel there's a disconnect. Whenever you get those thoughts in your head, can you just default to the Democratic Party? Can you default to Maura Healey and what she does or what she doesn't do? Like, if you get those feelings like, I don't want to be a Republican, can you just stop and just be like, okay, wait, but do I want to be a Democrat, or do I want to empower or elevate the Democratic platform in this state to do more damage? The answer is no. And so I feel like somebody should make me one of those charts. Like, am I a Democrat, Republican? And then like do a little thing. Like, just, it's not going to be perfect. There's no perfect Republican. I get stuff all the time from people where they get, how's my hair looking? Can we pause? Can I stop talking for a second? Oh, we're almost at a halftime refresh? I don't know. I was just, if you chat, what do I need to do? We can throw some banners. Yeah, let's do that. Well, I was just like, I feel like Erin's going to run some banners from my sponsors on the bottom, and my husband's going Super Bowl banners. This show will involve football, by the way, just so you know. I'm sorry for some of you. First of all, will it show up backwards? I'm a Chiefs fan, if you don't know. I try to keep some of that hidden, but during football season, you saw it because I'm a Chiefs fan. I've been a Chiefs fan for a long time. I will defend my Chiefs fandom to anybody, number one. Number two, my husband is an Eagles fan. As you know, we played them in the Super Bowl twice. I got one win. He got one win. And so look at us. You should have saw us last night here in the studio. We're like, oh, look, we can do tickers. We can do banners. These are my besties that you can go to their websites. I just love seeing that on there. I know we didn't talk about it in the beginning because I was all stressed and worried, but I'm like, all of these people who are sponsoring my show are amazing people, and people who believe in what I'm doing and my work that I'm doing. And I'm really grateful for them. This would make me tear up a little bit. So anyway, back to football. Football started. We've got everybody doing their preseason stuff. I'm a Chiefs fan. I will take anybody on with it. This is going back. This is going back to the Elvis Gerbach days. This is going back to the Joe Montana days, the Marcus Allen days. So people who think I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not a bandwagon. Do you know what it was like being a Chiefs fan? Not only in Massachusetts, I lived in Pennsylvania for a while. Do you know what it's like being a Chiefs fan when we would get all the way down to these wild card games and then lose with Priest Holmes? Do you remember? Do you know what it was like? It was miserable and sad and pathetic. I've paid my dues. Poor Alex Smith. And then we got Patrick Mahomes and everything changed and now we win. And it's not my fault that the Patriots suck. It's not my fault that when Patrick Mahomes started, Tom Brady was getting ready to retire. I know everybody's going to get upset. And then my worlds collided with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And it was just like a whole thing. And I'm just like, my head is screaming about listen, I watch football because I like football. I like offense. I like defense. I like overtime. I love everything about football. I've learned so much. I can call a play before it happens now because I watch it and I understand it. But did it take it to the next level when Taylor Swift started showing up at games? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And Travis is very easy on the eyes. And it was a whole thing. And I love them. But I also live with a very psychotic Eagles fan who he has also been an Eagles fan his whole life. That is not a new thing. And he also went through the drought and the terrible times. And then there was that time when they beat the Patriots and that was mayhem. We lost friends over that. We won't talk about that today. And so football is life. Like it is a big part of my life. I love it. I feel great. Kate Peter is coming on. She said 11:30. Let me just message her and say perfect. So we got Kate Peter on. So we've got time to chit chat. So we've got Kate Peter on at 11:30. We're going to close out the show with Kate. I'm a little nervous about that, just so we know. I'm a little nervous. We should do a girls fantasy league. Get out of these guys leagues and just get our own league. I'm sure somebody has one. If you do, inbox me or message me. But so I got a Patrick Mahomes tattoo the day after they won their first Super Bowl. I will never, I don't know, like my whole life of them losing and then one day winning a Super Bowl. I was like, I need to memorialize this forever. So yeah, I got my quarterback's name tattooed on my arm. I don't have anybody else's name tattooed, just Patrick, because he brings me such joy and happiness. And I'm a fan, and that's it. And it's not a new thing. It's a very, very old thing. My husband is an Eagles fan. We watched the Super Bowl between the two of us where I won, and he was angry and would not talk to me. I don't think we've ever actually talked about that game. He's saying we haven't talked about it. Does he want to talk about this one? Of course he does. Why? Because he won this one. So we're going to need a third one to kind of break the tie, and then we'll let you all kind of go back about your business. But we need a Chiefs and Eagles Super Bowl. I don't know. Like, listen. I understand what the Chiefs' performance was like this year. Me more than anybody else. I get it. It's fine. And I also understand what the Eagles look like this year. They were beasts. But I also really need either to win again, or I need my husband to not win so we can kind of move past this gloating season that we're in. But I'm really excited for football. To me, there's two seasons. It's football season and waiting for football season, and we're getting there. So Erin is so great and putting this on the screen. Can we go over this? Somebody asked. Okay. So yes, I have my sponsors, but yes, you can. Do you have a Venmo so you can keep? I do have a Venmo. Yes. So people can Venmo me and PayPal me. And that is actually how I do my job. So I'm 100% independent. Support from my readers and followers is how I do all of this. Either that or I have to go get a job. I joked before the Karen Reed 2.0, I wasn't sure if I was going to cover it. I got laid off from Fall River Reporter, and a friend of mine, Sean, I was messaging him. I was like, I think I'm just going to go get a job and work at the courthouse. And every time I hit a successful moment, Sean will send me that in a text message. He's like, I think I'm just going to go work at the courthouse, get a nice state job. You know what I mean? With a pension. That's not me. all of my socials have Jess Machado show, right? Every single one of them, it's all the same. Fun fact, I didn't want TikTok on my phone because of spying, and so I never got behind it. The only time I ever touched TikTok is when I would sneak on my kids' phones and watch their TikToks to see what they were watching, because I'm a parent like that. So I'm on TikTok. I don't go on TikTok. I think I have a video on there, but Erin went the other day to check it out, and apparently there's a lot of videos about me and my work during the Karen retrial. I don't know. I'm not a TikTok girl. I should be, I guess, but yeah. Somebody wants to, in our unboxing, send me the best phone they've ever made, because the phone I have is the worst. You guys, I hope one day this show does so well and I make so much money that we look back on this. But in order for me to do this show, I have to. Somebody's yelling at me in the comment. Why? What is she saying? Wait. I'm not touching it a lot, Natalie. I'm not. Natalie, is it Natalie from town? She is a legend. She's like 90 years old. She's on our Republican town committee, and she always, please stop fixing that hair and tie it back up. I'm sorry, Mom. In order for me to even pull off this show, I would add an app to my phone, and then I'd have to delete it and then add a new app, because I don't have enough of like memory on my phone. I can't have all the apps on at the same time. So like, in order for me to like do things, I have to put an app on, and then I uninstall it, and then I put it's bad. But we're in the what's Kate saying? I'm getting home. I'm going to try to pop in the shower really quick, but I will jump on right at 11:30. Sorry for the delay in the response. No problem, Kate. Peter, I will wait for you. So these are all of my socials. That's where you can find me. Erin, you made this. It's really cute. Thank you. And then off to the side is the PayPal and Venmo. I don't know how that works, though. How do you, like, I don't know how to. Let me. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I'm not good at this kind of stuff. We're doing the best we can, besties. I don't know how that works, but yeah, so we'll work on it and getting it in the comment section. But yeah, so I do this. This is my job. The other part too, and I'm trying to find the balance for all of this, is I still do all of these investigative pieces, which take a tremendous amount of time. And so that's why, like, covering court cases right now, unless they're like a really big court case, like the one I just covered wasn't, it's hard for me to justify sitting in the courtroom and live tweeting, because that's critical time I have to spend on all of these investigations. Obviously, all things related to the migrant crisis are a big deal for me. So we didn't talk about this. So let's do this. I want to share a screen, and I'm going to try. I know Erin's doing all of it, but I'm going to try. So just last week I was on a podcast. It's Tom, I'm going to butcher this name, Shattuck, Tom, and we were just talking about things, and I was literally just days ago complaining about how Governor Healy started a state of an emergency back in August of 2023. State of emergencies in Massachusetts are rare. And almost all of them strictly have to do with weather-related events, whether it's a blizzard, whether it's a hurricane, whether it's a flood. The only other two non-weather-related state of emergencies have to do with that gas explosion, the Merrimack Valley gas explosion, I think it was. I probably still have that location wrong. And and COVID. But the housing crisis, just the housing crisis, not the migrants themselves and 22,000 migrants coming here. The housing crisis has been determined as a state of an emergency. So let's listen to me on Tom's show just a couple of days ago talking about what I think is the misuse of the state of emergency, and what she says a couple of days later. So look at me trying to do this. We're going to share a screen. We're going to share a screen. We're going to go to Tom. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Wow. Let's listen to me on Tom's show just last week.
there was
Yes.
Never
That's
know
it.
where it is.
an emergency for only 3 days, I believe, or a week. There has
Yes.
never been the use of a state of emergency in this state for something like this. And what that does is it gives her blanket powers to do no bid contracts, to spend extraordinarily on things that, you normally would have to really kind of sit and look at,
So that is me on Tom's show. And I mean, I'm not saying that I'm powerful, but just a couple of days later, Maura Healey has, earlier than what she planned on doing, ended the state of emergency. I know that we might have that, but Maura Healey has basically said the state of emergency is over. She has officially housed all the migrants. All the shelters are closed, and now everybody is living in homes. Not everybody, not the veterans who have been homeless before the migrants got here, not the Massachusetts residents who are struggling with home affordability, but all of the migrants are out of these hotel shelters. And where are they? That's a question for another day. But the emergency is finally lifted. So almost 2 years to the day, Governor Maura Healey has now lifted the state of an emergency. We are no longer in one. No state of emergency for Massachusetts. That was solely based on housing. It's just smoke and mirrors to me. I'm just going to be honest with you, because it's just logistics. Taking all of these migrants who are essentially living off of taxpayer dollars, who are getting all of these benefits, who are getting their housing paid, their food benefits, their cash benefits, their health insurance, phones, laundry service, all of these, transportation, all of these things. All we did was move them out of hotels and now into private residences. And if you followed my work, and John Featherston, who is a whistleblower for the shelter system out in Marlborough, we've documented what happens in these shelters. Endless, thousands of incident reports on domestic violence, child neglect, rapes, attempted suicide, drugs, you name it, we've detailed it. All of those situations are still going to exist, but now they're not in a hotel where there's a staffer down at the front desk that can handle these complaints when a woman comes down and says, my domestic partner beat me, or they see a child walking in a hallway unattended and they write a report about it. All of these people who have been living in the shelters, where we've had thousands and thousands of reports written and documented by workers overseeing the shelter system, those people are now moved into private residences throughout the state. We didn't deport them. Certainly there was the option to fly you somewhere else, and I believe a couple of hundred people took advantage of that, which in itself is crazy. I would like a ticket to go to Fort Lauderdale. Erin and I have been known to go to Fort Lauderdale. What a time. But the Healey administration and your taxpayer dollars, or maybe federal dollars, I don't know, it's still your money, would pay for people who were brought here by the Biden administration, flown to Massachusetts. And when you get here and you go, oh, actually, I'd like to go to Texas where my family is. Sure, let's give you a flight. And then they fly you there for free. Who I would just like, would I just like sound like an owl? Who gets free flights? I want a free flight straight to Fort Lauderdale, please. And so all of these individuals who were in these hotels are now moved to housing, private housing. Those same problems exist, the same issues of child neglect, the same issues of mental health problems. Now they are all just in a private housing setting where there is nobody to assist or to help them. If you know anything about domestic abuse, you know that, women don't talk, and it's hard for them to talk. And maybe it was easier living in a hotel where you had someone downstairs at the front desk that you could run to for help in a moment, which, by the way, happened all the time. Domestic abuse was the #1 reported incident in all of the shelter reports that I read. How are they going to do that now when they're living in private residences? And, we all know housing is at a shortage to begin with. Affordable housing is a major problem for all of us. How are these migrants paying for it? It's simple. Through the home-based program, up to 3 years of their rent being paid for by taxpayer dollars to get these people out of hotels where we paid. And now 3 years, up to 3 years, maybe it'll get extended, who knows, living in another apartment and getting funded by taxpayer dollars. I'm wondering what the end game is here, just like you and everybody else is. What happens after those 3 years? Are we going to then see, thousands and thousands of people who are here, who have been living off the system, who can't afford the rents? How is this all going to work? Like, while everybody was talking about the shelters and, oh, they're going to close soon, I was talking about, well, where is everybody going? How much is that going to cost? And then now that we're there, now I'm moved past that and I'm going, where are we going to be when that money runs out? What's that going to look like? And then, are these people getting this home base and for 3 years getting their rent paid? Like, it's just a lot. It's overwhelming. And the system was already broken. The system was already a challenge for residents here, for our veterans here. And like I said to Chairwoman Carnevale, being on the ground in Fall River and talking to voters like just before the election in November of last year, people in this area have their own issues with poverty, have their own issues with affordability, with housing, and they're mad. Like, it makes me wonder if like Auchincloss and Healy understand the voters down here. And even if they do, will they admit it? Like, people down here, I'm not saying it's the right thing, but they're mad that they're not getting any of that stuff for free. You know what I mean? Where's their free housing for 3 years? What family couldn't benefit from $3,000 a week, which is what I think the cost of housing a migrant family is right now, whether it's through housing and all their benefits? What family couldn't benefit from 1 week like that, let alone years and years? We've already had, 2 years under our belt of them living in hotels. Now we're going to have 3 years of them living in subsidized housing. What family wouldn't love that? And I think that's a whole point of like, mainstream media. They don't talk about this stuff, and us alternate media outlets like, Jack Gately, by the way, I want to give him a shout out, is doing a great job. Mike Urban, who's doing a fantastic job. Anti-Woo Coalition. We have Cape Cod Concerned Citizens. They're doing great. Like, if it weren't for them highlighting these stories, like, would you even know as a voter, would you know about this stuff? Because they just don't talk about it. And then isn't that the point? Then when you get to the voting booth, you don't have all the information, and then you're just going to vote the same way and everything stays the same. It's a very important election. If you can't tell, I'm very excited. Let's just clear this in the room because I think people want to talk about it. Did we run all our banners on the bottom? We did those. Thank you. A lot of people are asking me who I'm supporting for governor. And we're going to have a primary for the Republicans. So, you have Brian Shortsleeve right now. You have Mike Keneally. By the way, do not be here on the show and at least not follow them. I'm not telling you need to love them or you need to vote for them yet. I'm just telling you should follow them here on X or follow them on whatever platform you're watching that, and at least start listening to their message and get familiar with them. I think they're both very wonderful, charming people. We hosted them down here at an event in Somerset. And we had independents, Democrats, and Republicans there. And listen, I talked to everybody that night after it was done, and everybody was like, I kind of like both of them. You know what I mean? And you'll see they're very similar. I do think there are some things that separate one from the other, but at a minimum, can you start like following them and listening to their message and just familiarizing yourself with them? So when it comes time to vote in the primary, you're just not like, who, what, like, just, it can't hurt you. I'm sure there's accounts you follow and you're like, why do I follow these? Replace that account with one of these guys or both of these guys and follow them. So the verdict is out. Do I have a way of where I'm leaning right now if I had to pick? Yes. Am I going to say that? No. My goal is to make sure you have all your information so that when the primary happens, you vote. That's the most important thing. And vote responsibly and not with your heart. Vote with your head. I don't want to relive the Jeff Deal days, but Chris Doty, my husband is very animated about this because he liked Jeff Deal, right? But he's like, I'm sorry, we're voting for Chris Doty because Amy said it, like, I like data, facts matter to me. Stop being stupid. Like, just immediately stop it. Like, Aaron Packard, bless Amy's heart, she acknowledged he's running, right? Aaron Packard, I've met him, nice guy. Aaron Packard cannot be the governor of Massachusetts. I don't need you to get upset over that. I don't want you to get territorial. I don't want you to say I'm a bad Republican. I'm just telling you right now, Aaron Packard cannot be the governor of Massachusetts. He will never beat Maura Healey in an election. I will bet everything I have that Aaron Packard will not beat Maura Healey in a general election. With that being said, knowing all of that, if you trust me, do not get him to that general election because he makes you feel good or he's MAGA or whatever. I'm an escalator Trumper too. Okay. You want to call me a rhino? You can do whatever you want. We're going to do a whole show on rhinos and why some Republicans want to gatekeep this party from us. And we can't be certain Republicans if we feel a certain way. But listen to me. While you're all busy voting for Jeff Deal, Maura Healey is like this, counting her money and getting ready to go into the state house. And that's exactly what happened. And then we had all of these bleeding hearts down here. I love Jeff. He's got gray hair. And I love it. Chris Doty would have at least given us a shot. And I didn't really love Chris. I'm glad he's not running again. I like Brian. I like Mike. Mike Minogue is going to jump in the race. Maybe Mike Minogue will be a great candidate. Aaron Packard is not. So I saw somebody in the comments. He is great. He is really nice. He should start small and build his brand and work on his product. But I'm going to tell you something right now. If you go and vote for Aaron Packard in a primary, you are wasting your vote. Get behind a candidate where there is data that shows that when they win the primary and they go up against Maura Healey, that they can give us a shot, because I'm tired of these Jeff Deal was like, people in Jeff Deal's campaign were like, it's not over, like as the votes were coming in and we're looking at it and we're going, it's over. It's just like delusional. And in the meantime, for what? At the sacrifice of every single taxpayer in the state. So now we have the Healey administration. It's a nightmare. If Republicans cannot win this election, I am going to rage. I'm going to rage. I'm going to start a besties party and we're going to start a whole new party because it's all there for you. I hate to go crazy about this, but I'm tired of these Democrats ruining lives. Maura Healey is a disaster. She is the worst governor in the history of Massachusetts. You got Morrissey in Norfolk County ruining lives. We have to make change. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know what else to say. Sorry. I won't touch my hair. I got a text message from somebody. I'm sorry. Put my hair in a ponytail. People are saying my hair looks great. Thanks, besties. All right. So can I read some comments? I can't. It's so hard for me. What just like they did with Biden. I don't know who you're speaking about, but you don't start at the top. You need to work your way up. Just Machado. So there's this guy. His name is Aaron Packard. I don't even want to give it too much time, but Aaron Packard is he's a real ultra MAGA guy. First of all, I love Trump. I love him. I was on board in 2016 right from the start. And that's when you had Marco Rubio, you had Cruz, you had a lot of candidates in that primary. I know my husband voted for Rubio. I was a Trumper right in there, day one, right from the start. As soon as that guy got in, I knew, Daddy, I'm voting for you. So that has never changed. But Republicans are weird. They basically try to say, like, you're not really, you've heard the term, you're a rhino. I should have that as my screen name down the bottom, rhino. Like, you can't gatekeep the party like that. And by the way, the people who want to gatekeep it and who claim to be a certain type of conservative are actually almost always hypocrites. Those are the people that they claim that they're a certain thing. And then, a year from now, a story is going to drop out and there's some scandal. So, this righteous, Republican in Massachusetts does not exist. But even if they did, we can coexist with them. I'm a different kind of Republican. I'm practical. And like I said to Amy, I like winning. There is nothing more fun than working your ass off in an election, whether it's for a school committee candidate, a city council candidate, a state rep candidate, and winning. You work so hard. Like, who am I going to come over here and I'm going to ask you to support a candidate and come hold a sign with me on a Saturday? Like, yes, I'm asking you to do this on a Saturday, but like, get up early on a Saturday in the cold weather and come hold a sign with me on a street corner. And then, can you donate $25 to this event and come to this event? And can you make calls and can you email your friends and share all my stuff for my candidate? And it not be a good candidate, and it not be a candidate that can actually win a race. Like, who wants to ask people to? I don't want to do it. I'm not working for a candidate unless I know they're serious and that they have a chance to win and there's data that shows that they can win. Aaron Packard is a nice guy. Aaron Packard can't win. That's it. And I'm not going to ask people to spend their time or money on a candidate that can't. And, we've won some races down here. We have some non-Republicans that are independent. We won great selectman race in Somerset with Alan Smith. We just won our selectman race with a Republican, Todd Costa, our former chief of police, on our board of selectmen. We won Justin Thurber, who's our new state rep for the first time ever, a Republican. Can you just take my word for it? Celebrating campaign wins is the high of the century. Like, I am addicted to it. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not backing a candidate unless I know that on the end of an election at night, when those results come in, I am going to get that euphoria I felt when we were counting up Todd Costa's numbers and knowing that we beat the other guy by 14, 15 votes. I want that feeling. I want to win. And then I also want the payoff when I see my candidate sitting there making decisions and voting in the way that I want. You want that. I want that. And anything less, we shouldn't settle for any more. Everything that happened with the Karen Reed trial, Michael Morrissey is at the top. You and I knew that if Karen did not get, acquitted this time around, he was going to run her a third time. That needs to stop. Like, if you get rid of Michael Morrissey, that ends. And I don't know how anybody can see that you can't care about elections. I'm political, and I said that. I love politics. I love campaigns. I don't expect all of you to be. I just need you to understand, like, how it works. And these elections matter. And by the way, like Amy said, building a bench, sometimes somebody running for a library of trustees, then they run for school committee, and then they run for state rep, and then they're making decisions about how your tax dollars are being spent. Pat Haddad was our state rep down here. She was a gym teacher in the Somerset School District. Then she ran for school committee. Then she became our state rep for 24 years and basically ruined everything down here. I know people like her and she's real nice, whatever. Look at the numbers. Look at all of the voting records. That's why we have a new state rep right now. So the smallest race matters. Also, if you've run for office and you've lost like me, understand that you're better behind the scenes and you're not a good candidate. I will never run for office again. And my husband is looking at me. He's going, thank God. I am running for state committee, though, but that's a totally different thing. State committee, by the way, we didn't talk about that, but do you not know what your state committee is? Hold on, I need a drink. State committee, there's a Mass GOP. So Amy Carnival is at the top. You just met her. Underneath her, for all of these districts in the state, are a state committee, man and woman. So each district, you elect on a ticket a state committee man and they don't have to be on the ticket, but a state committee man and a state committee woman. So in my area, we have a state committee man, state committee woman. And underneath them is each town's city committee or town committee, Republican. By the way, you have a Democratic counterpart to that as well. You have a Democratic chair, Democratic state committee men and women, and then you have Democratic town and city committees. If you live in a community and you don't know where yours is, message me and I'll get it to you. Some Republican town committees don't exist. Ours didn't start until last year. We started it and got it off the ground. And then once we got Republicans to join, then we started to find candidates and we support them, help them. We're their ground game for our community. And then we helped our state rep win. You need one of those wherever you are. If you don't have one, you need one. Now, I can't tell you that state committee men and women are all great. Do I know some amazing ones? Yes, I see you, Sean Powers. But there are some that are not. Kayla Churchill is my state committee woman. I don't have enough of time on this show to talk about what a terrible human being she is and how ineffective she is as a leader. I was going to run against her the last time. So, by the way, state committee elections are done at the ballot in the primary every 4 years during your presidential primary. So when we did our presidential primary for the Trump election, that's when you vote for your state committee man or woman. So now we don't get this again until the next presidential primary. I will be on the ballot. Only Republicans can vote in that race. So Democrats don't vote. So when you go to the primary and you pull a Republican ballot, you're voting for your state committee man or woman there. I'll be on that ballot. And that's simply just to oversee my town and city committees because ineffective leadership stresses me out. And so, but back to running for office. Run for office once. It's easy. It doesn't matter. You can have a ton of skeletons in your closet. Everybody does. Sit down, talk to a couple people, say you want to run for office and run. That's it. Just do it. I've done it twice. It's not a big deal. I mean, it was for me. Landed me in court. Landed me with a restraining order. Landed me with I caught charges. I was arraigned twice. All because I ran for office. What a nightmare. I can't believe I did that. What a time to be alive. Just, it won't happen to you. It won't, that will not, it might, but I've got you. We'll do a story about you. It's fine. Just, run for office. Anyway, we won't have time today, but there's a crazy race happening down in Fall River. So when I said Maura Healey had been here a lot recently, so the Gabriel House fire was this assisted living facility here in Fall River that caught on fire and 10 people actually passed away. This has caused a ton of drama because people were talking about not enough funding for the fire department, not having enough of people. Maura Healey came down. She did a little presser. She came down a second time. Then she was down here again recently. But Paul Coogan is the mayor down here. And do you want tea? I'll give you guys tea. So Paul Coogan's the mayor down here, and he beat Jazel Correa, who is in jail. So Paul Coogan has kind of been like, I think everybody feels like a kind of stable leadership. However, not so much right now. There's a lot of drama going on with Paul Coogan, and some people have stepped up to run against him. My state committee man, Boomer Amaral, is running against him. There's another, he's a Republican, doesn't do a great job as a state committee man. I've never seen him, but he's running. And then we have another guy named Carlos Caesar. He's running for mayor. He's a Republican. He was like a neighborhood activist. He's not going to win either. Okay. Just so you know, my hair is itching my nose. But then plot twist, this guy, Christopher, is running for mayor. And Christopher was going to come on the show today, but I actually feel like he needs a whole interview. So these chairs and this, Christopher is going to do like an actual sit down. First of all, he is, are any of you on Instagram? Go on Instagram after, not now. There's a guy on Instagram. His name is Leo Skeppy, right? SK. Does everybody know who Leo is on Instagram? Leo is just like my favorite gay guy on Instagram. And he is just hysterical. So Christopher is like my Leo Skeppy, just so you know. Like, first of all, he's a business owner. I love his product. His food is amazing. He's got this great little cafe, but he does a lot of community outreach. And, I guess, I don't know how to say it. Like, he's a gay business owner in town. He doesn't hide from that. But he definitely likes the drama and likes the attention, which I think is okay because he puts it to work. But he's been able to raise a ton of money. He's been doing he's got a tremendously good heart. He really does. I'm going to need him to switch to the Republican Party because I can't help him if he's a Democrat. So I'm going to need him to do a little switching or unenroll or whatever. But anyway, go to his page. He's one of our sponsors. So it's Christopher and Nate's, but it's Christopher's Cafe, I think. So Christopher is like, product is great, business is great, but he does a lot of stuff in the community, and he's basically been calling all these politicians out everywhere. Why are you making a face? Wait, you can't do that without me saying what? No. Somebody wants their flag back. I'm not giving that. Can you imagine? We'll have to tape me. So yeah, so this person wants their flag back that I stole from the tipsy. I'm sorry. I won't. It's how you. It's not. Anyway, moving along. I'll give it back. I'll give it back. Anyway, so just who could get mad at me for taking small little tokens, little souvenirs? Just little tiny. This is why I want an unboxing. If you guys give me items and send them to me for an unboxing, I can end my life of crime and stop stealing salt shakers from restaurants. Who hasn't stole? What woman hasn't put a glass in her bag and walked out of a bar? By the way, I don't steal glasses. I'm just saying we're not freeing the flag. Oh my God, somebody says it's tokens. I love that name. It's tokens. Wait, I'm gonna just show it. They're tokens. It's just little tokens. Knock, knock, Tully. Can you imagine if Tully in his like tight blue pants with his like brown shoes with the white soles and his badge shows up and he's like, I'll give you the flag. Does he even have a job anymore? Love that you take souvenirs. Yeah. How about next show? We'll start the show. I'll bring all the souvenirs I have and I'll just hold you up and I'll tell you where they got them. Right? Fun fact. Basically admitting to every crime ever. Here's evidence of every crime of me taking. Fun fact. Back to football. Can you tell I'm just trying to like work myself up for the Kate Peter interview? Where we used to watch football, there was a bar in Seekonk called Dublin Rose, and I have a real problem with bars. There was never a more perfect bar than Dublin Rose. I like a good hole in the wall. That's fine, right? But they can be inconsistent and dirty. And then I'd like a good Pub 99 because it's a brand and it's always been around. There is a sweet spot there with bars, and it was Dublin Rose. It was neither a hole in the wall nor a chain. It was its own thing. It actually was a hotel bar and restaurant attached to a hotel. And it started off when you're a Chiefs fan or an Eagles fan and you try to go out and watch a football game and those games aren't on TV. And we called there one day and they said, yes, we have the package and we play all these games. And we walked in and sat down at the bar and the girl saw me in a Chiefs jersey, my husband in an Eagles jersey, and she didn't even ask. Amber, you didn't even ask me. She just put our games on the TVs right in front of us. And I said, we will never not go anywhere again. And every single Sunday, we went to Dublin Rose to watch the games. Now, ramped up during COVID because they stayed open and we had all that COVID money. So Amber probably fell in love with me a little bit more because I was tipping so well during that time. But we went to Dublin Rose all the time. If you followed me for a long time, I used to post they had this thing called this Harvest Sangria. I was addicted to them. I'd have an appetizer, my sangrias, we'd watch the game, and we'd go home and have a day. I think Barbara Walters also took souvenirs. Natalie. And so we'd go to Dublin Rose. Well, fast forward to last year, we hear a news story that the hotel is getting sold and that Dublin Rose is going to get knocked down. And I refuse to believe. And so we continue to go there. And as it starts getting closer and closer to the time, it's legit. So as of today, the building is completely gone. I have a hard time, maybe it's because I'm a weirdo. I have a hard time driving by where a building was where I had so many amazing memories. I've watched games with my friends there. I've watched Super Bowl victories, playoff games. I've live streamed from there going crazy with touchdowns. Like, it's very hard for me to believe that the place doesn't exist. What's going there? A Whole Foods? A fucking Whole Foods is going there, okay? So back to how this all started. It was the last day they were open, the last day. And I said, I'm going to go there and walk in and I'm going to steal a souvenir. And so I made my husband drive me there on a Sunday. We walk in, I walk in, and I'm looking around and the place is barren. There is nothing I can take. And so I'm like, is Amber here? And they're like, oh, she's not here. You just missed her. And then I start crying like a weirdo. I'm like, this is going to be the last time I'm in here. And I'm just emotionally attached to it. And one of the owners was there who I've never met. And she came over and I was like, I'm just really upset that you're closing and that you're not going to be here anymore. And I used to come here and get the Harvest Sangria every week in football. She goes, oh, we know who you are. When my team and my husband's team played in the Super Bowl, they bought Eagles and Chiefs decorations and put it up. And we had the big screen and all our friends, we had like 30 people there. It's just a lot. I said, I'm just really upset and I'm sad and it's just so emotional. And I know this woman was looking at me like I'm crazy. Anyway, she's like, well, let me see if I can go find something for you in the back. And she's like, oh, things are going on an auction website. So maybe you can like hang. I don't pay for souvenirs, ma'am. And she leaves and she comes back and she brings me the tap from the Harvest Sangria. It says Harvest Sangria on it and it's the tap. So I have that with all of my other souvenirs. And so, yes, maybe I have a problem, but I'll bring them in and we'll do a little show and tell. How are all the besties doing? Anyways, yeah, so Dublin Rose is gone. We were just up there the other day and it's a parking lot. I don't know. It's very strange. So actually, on that note, if anybody knows of a bar for football season in our area that looks like that, feels like that, and sounds like that, can you let me know? What? And they have to have the NFL ticket. We need to be able to see the Chiefs and the Eagles. Another thing that we really loved there is every time the Patriots would score, they'd ring a bell, a light go off, and they'd bring over Jell-O shots. And I would hold out my shirt, and Amber would walk by, and she'd drop Jell-O shots down my shirt. We partook in those as non-Patriot fans because Jell-O shots are fun. But how can your Trump knowing about the Epstein situation? Sure, you want to talk Epstein and Trump at 11:26 a.m. on a Saturday? No, save that for when the show goes to 5 days a week, bestie. I'll give you a whole 3-hour show on Trump and Epstein. Remember a few minutes ago when I was talking to you about no Republican is perfect. I'm just telling you, Jess. I'm going to. What is that? Is that an island? Right. Are people in the comments saying they also take souvenirs? Inconsequential things that are under a certain value threshold so that if you get charged with a crime, it's petty theft. What are we looking at? Somebody is missing a I can't. I went to... That's Todd Costa. That's our former chief in Somerset and our selectman, and on a campaign that we ran. And he is the perfect candidate, by the way. I'm just going to tell you right now, perfect candidate. We'll talk about that later. But he's talking about, I went to Mike Langfield's house for a campaign meeting. They have a Christmas tree. Like, I know some people do this, but they have Christmas trees and they don't take the Christmas trees down. And so Mike Langfield's wife leaves the Christmas tree up, and it was around Easter, and she put Easter eggs hanging from the tree. And on my way out the door, I took one and put it in my pocket. All right. All right. So everything is black. We're going to stop stealing tokens and souvenirs from places that are important to me, and you're all just going to send them to me for a mega unboxing. We had the address up there. It's 657 Quarry Street in Fall River, 02723 Suite 30F. And then we will do a so you can't see it here, but across from me over there is a big wall. We'll put bookshelves and we'll just put all of the we're going to bring all the souvenirs here. By the way, there's 2 flags. We'll get to that story another time. I'm feeling better and I'm feeling relaxed, which is the perfect time because Kate Peter is going to be joining us. So I want to just, Erin has a request first because she's new. The chat was going fast. Yes. Can we? Don't go back and forth with each other in the comment section. It's hard to keep up. People are going to go fast and things because also I did say to Kate, we could shut the comments off or we could limit them. And she went, why? She went, why? She doesn't care. I want to do one thing before we get Kate and we want to bring her on because someone mentioned to me the other day, months ago, I had asked Kate a bunch of questions and did I get rid of them? Are they gone? There were like a bunch of questions for Kate and maybe I don't have them. It's gone. Anyway, we're going to wing it. You guys, are you ready for Kate Peter? For those, I'm going to have Kate give you the background on who she is. We might go to noon with Kate, it's a half hour. Our show ends at 12, and then stick around for a few more minutes so I can close it out and thank our sponsors again. But let's bring Kate Peter on the stage. Hi, Kate.
Hey, Jess.
How are you?
All right. How are you?
I'm great. First of all, thanks for agreeing to do this. Had a lot of people telling me you would never agree to it. Had a lot of people even up to a few minutes ago saying she's not coming on. She's going to
no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to you.
So there are some people that are watching, have no idea who you are. If you have to give a description of who you are, what would it be?
So I'm a person on the internet that often fights with other people. It becomes sort of a show, and I have taken the opposite side to free Karen Read, and that has upset a lot of people. And I actually want to talk a lot about that, right? As far as like what is so upsetting here. Because I see a lot of hypocrisy in this movement, which I'm a little bit confused why it's still continuing. She's free, right? You watched it happen. I watched it. She's free. So the fact that she still has like this fandom and that it's now leaking over to the Sybil trial, which is, litigation between the victim's family and Karen Read, to me is just a little bit perplexing. I don't know how closely you're going to be following the loss of community, right? That you feel with the case over. So I don't know if you're planning on continuing that through the civil trial or...
Well, let me pause you for a second because I appreciate a good backhanded dig saying that I lost a sense of community. I appreciate that.
That wasn't a backhanded dig. You did put up that post and I find it interesting. That's not a backhanded dig at all. I mean, we're living in a completely different age now. And so there is meaningful connection that comes out of stuff like this. I'm not trying to take a dig at you at all.
I'll push back on you and say, I asked you to describe who you were to everybody. And your first words were, I've had the take of I'm anti-Karen Read. You could have named yourself and talked about yourself in any other capacity. You started off right with the Karen Read thing, right? So it's a big part of who you are, obviously, right? Would you agree?
Well, I think it's more the context around this, right? Like that's the common thread. I assumed that was probably, you had Paula Prado on, and so I'm just assuming. In the broader sense of who I am, I don't really want to have an existential crisis at 11:30 in the morning on your show, but for all intents and purposes in the context, I think that's what's pertinent, right?
So go ahead. I'm going to give you an opportunity because I want to ask questions. By the way, I know you often do a show, correct? You have your own show. Is that true?
I do, not as much as I used to right now. I'm working on some other stuff that takes a lot of time. And I got burnt out by live streaming after a while. But I used to. And every once in a while I'll pop up on Yellow Cottage Tales or maybe fire up one of my own, but not really my thing right now.
In the event that we don't get an opportunity for you to ask me questions and me respond, I'm happy to jump on yours and answer whatever we don't get to. I know we only have a little bit of time. But go ahead and start off with what you were going to say. I have some questions, but you were just talking.
Why don't you go ask some questions?
All right. So the first thing I need to know, and I think a lot of people want to know, and when we talked on the phone, I said, all of a sudden you have an anti-Morrissey stance. And you said, well, I was never actually for Morrissey leading up until this point. Correct. But you have come out with some statements that have clearly, drawn a line here. Can you elaborate a little bit on not necessarily your change, but what we are seeing as your stance, which is anti-Morrissey right now?
Right. So I was never pro-Morrissey. I was not like specifically anti-Morrissey, but you're looking at the case, right? And Morrissey really doesn't have his hands right on top of the Karen Reed case, I would assume. He's a politician. He's not a lawyer, right? So, you know, the abuses that were leveled at Adam Lally or Laura McLaughlin, or certainly Hank Brennan, I found to be entirely unmerited. But Morrissey's in a different position, right? He's a politician. So I didn't really think that everything that was going on with Karen Reed reflected on him one way or the other. It's just his office, and I have my own feelings, which are strongly pro-prosecution in that case. However,
wait, hold that thought. I don't want to disjoint you, but if Morrissey isn't the one who is the top cover, like in control, who, just really quickly, who's the one in control of the case if it's not Morrissey?
Well, Morrissey is the one who is making the decisions as far as staffing, funding, things of that nature, right? Right.
Go ahead.
Maybe sometimes he'll sign a motion, but the actual grunt work, the work here, right? Because that's what these cases are, whether you're the prosecution or the defense, it's work. The people that were doing the work were clearly Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and then later on, Hank Brennan. So although Morrissey has a certain degree of oversight, does he know what's going on with the case every day? No. Does he have his finger on every piece of evidence? Absolutely not. He's a politician, right? And so the decisions that he makes as far as prosecuting this woman, I mean, I don't understand why people would ever complain about that. He had the responsibility to. They had a case that was clearly a triable case. It was tried twice, right? Like they are under an obligation to prosecute that. So the idea that Michael Morrissey was going to capitulate to online pressure and arguably abuses and just drop this case that was clearly a triable case is ludicrous, and I think would reflect poorly on him if he did. You don't want a spineless DA. However, then he lost the case. Okay. His office lost the case. Adam Lally, Hank Brennan, and Laura McLaughlin, their work was not enough. And this case is lost. And then we watched Michael Morrissey go into, I'm going to get reelected. Let's just sweep this under the rug. And one of the first things that he did that I found highly objectionable was immediately cut off the victim witnesses' access to their advocate, right? Which is against the law. And, you know, I understand that some of this leaked out through some discovery in other cases and you know, chatter that went around and that people were celebrating this, but you want victims treated well by your district attorney, right? Just because you personally out there have negative feelings about these people that you've never met, that you have no solid evidence did anything wrong, you've decided you joined your online cult, fine. The problem is that the treatment that they receive then could be replicated in other cases where maybe you won't feel the same way.
What's the motivation for disconnecting with the advocate? Is it a financial decision? What do you think is the reason?
I don't know. I've contrary to popular belief, I've never spoken to Michael Morrissey in my natural life.
So he's the only one you haven't spoken to?
No, he's not the only one
that you haven't not spoken to.
I've never spoken to Adam Lally. I've never spoken to Laura McLaughlin. I've never spoken to Michael Morrissey. I have never really spoken to Hank Brennan even. I will say, and this is entirely discoverable, I would assume, when the juror questions came out, I could read the writing on the wall. So I reached out to Hank Brennan via email and said, listen, the entire time this trial was going on, I'm sure he's aware of me. I was clearly aware of him, but there was no communication. I said, I'm reaching out now just to let you know that no matter the outcome of this case, you won. You won because you stood up and you were able to give this family a sense of closure. I mean, again, if you listen to the case and you listen to his closing, he was able to get down to the second, pretty much, more or less, what happened to their loved one, right? And that closure is worth a lot. And I know that from hearing from the family and friends of John O'Keefe that Hank Brennan was very sensitive to what they were going through. He was very receptive. He was very dedicated. He gave them a lot of peace and solace and a sense of confidence.
As opposed to Lally. Lally wasn't giving that, or didn't
necessarily think. I think that Lally was pretty invested too. And I don't want to, cast aspersions on Adam Lally. I've said this on Kevin's show and I'll say it on yours. I love a dispassionate prosecutor. Like I do. I think that is ideal. Everybody wants to be in front of a prosecutor that's just doing his job. He's not out to get you. He's not emotionally invested. He comes in 9 to 5, goes home, smokes his cigarettes, and just gets on with his life, right? You don't want a system that takes itself to not seriously, that's not the word I'm looking for, but you know, a system that's really caught up in itself and doesn't really,
Right.
and starts to have feelings about you as the defendant, right? So I like Carnevale, but you know, the I don't want to say confidence, the experience level was pretty drastically different between Lally and Brennan, right?
Before you keep going, so the first time you reached out to Hank Brennan was during jury deliberations?
It was when the jury questions came out, yeah.
And did he respond to you?
No.
So you sent him an email using his public email, just telling him
That
you
I found
thought
on the
that.
website. Yeah, I'm sure he's gotten
Yeah.
a million of them from a million different people, good and bad, which
No.
is something else that, you know, I was sensitive to, particularly because, I mean, those jury questions were pretty clear when you're using the defendant's first name and you're asking questions about how you can essentially, you know, protect and preserve them. I mean, you kind of know where the jury is going. And I imagine that he was probably going to be receiving a lot of unsolicited mail around that
Right.
time from people like me and not like me, and that a lot of it was going to be negative. And I'm sure that just from what I had heard about his investment in the case and his care and concern for the family, you know, I figured he would probably take it pretty hard, and maybe it was going to be nice to hear from a stranger that, you know, he did what he set out to do, even if he doesn't get the result that he was hoping. And then I did see him in passing, and this is something that I wish that people would understand about Hank Brennan too. After the verdict, there was a memorial that was held for John O'Keefe by his immediate family, friends. You know, it was a smaller event. I say smaller, but I mean, this guy had a lot of support. There was probably like 60 people there, but I do know that Hank Brennan was present there. But I kind of just came in.
Who was it hosted by? Like, who hosted that?
I'm not comfortable going. I mean, I'm not going to
Oh, I didn't know if it was
about
like somebody not
specifics.
related to the. So you were invited to it?
This was yes, I was invited to it. I didn't just show up, but it wasn't. No, it was pretty intimate as far as it was just, you know, people that knew and loved John, who should be important in this and have not been. So, but it really touched me to know that Hank Brennan was present for that and was still supporting this family, even though the state is no longer paying him to do so at this point. He has no obligation, but he's still supporting this family and he's paying his respects to the victim. So, I mean,
do you think Hank Brennan got paid too much money for this case in the prosecution?
No. I believe he was billing at what, $250 an hour?
You feel comfortable with the dollar amount that the taxpayers have spent on this case overall? I mean, that's a big thing.
I don't pay
tax.
I don't pay taxes in Norfolk County, but I don't believe that we should be attaching justice to a dollar sign, really. How would you feel if it was your husband, brother, son? You know, would you want them to pull out all the stops for you and give you the best shot at justice, or would you prefer that they pinch their pennies?
Well, I mean, we hit a brick wall with that, right? As far as they're concerned, there's no path to justice through Karen Read. And so I guess some people would look at it and say it was a waste of taxpayer dollars. There's no path to victory there for the people advocating for justice.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked if it was your brother, your son.
No,
right?
I just kind of glazed over that question. I was just going back to, like, you know, sentiments and things that I've read, especially, you know, a lot of mainstream media have published the dollar amount attached to this trial. A lot of people saying this is our taxpayer dollars. I don't want my money spent on it. Earlier, I know you were busy, you were walking your puppy, but like we were talking about the connection between voting and who ends up becoming your district attorney, and then that person makes these decisions. So I was just trying to tie the money in. I was just curious if you felt that there was too much money being spent overall on this whole case in general.
I mean, Hank Brennan really discounted his rate significantly. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, $250 an hour for an attorney in the city is unheard of, right? It's unheard of. And, you know, the complexities of this case, again, they were serving the family. And, you know, you need to take it out of just this issue in and of itself, right? With Karen Read, because people are very entrenched, very dug in, you know. Again, I really don't see the injustice in a woman whose car data shows she was backing up erratically at the same time as the victim in this case stopped moving forever. You know, draw the inference from there as you want. You can be like Paula Prado and think that she just hit him with the car, he lost a shoe, then went in the house and got murdered. Or you can plug your ears and say no, nothing happened with the car. It doesn't really matter. That is enough to say this is a triable case. And so if you take it out of this case and say, well, what if it was me and my family? Would you want a second trial? Would you want a trial as many times as possible until you could get some sort of closure? Would you want them to skimp? Or would you want them to, expend as much resource as they can? And, I would hope that other cases in Norfolk County that do not involve such high profile defendants or police officer victims, or the money that was expended into this, I would hope that they expend the same sort of care and expense into every
they
case.
don't. I mean, take it for somebody that covers other trials and they don't. I mean, there's a big disparity between the work that goes into different levels of cases. I mean, just having covered a couple cases, it's very different. I wanted to.
So what?
Go ahead.
What makes Karen Read special in that regard, then?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that make her special, but I want to move because we don't have a lot of time. So I want to ask you a question about anti-Karen Read, for Karen Read, whatever. That's one thing. In the scope of all of these people that are kind of in that camp and the Turtleboy camp, you're an adversary. It's obvious you feel very comfortable in that role. You're confident in that role. Is there any space or time where you're not an adversary, where your opinion and what you think actually does align with the majority? You're part of a smaller group. You're an adversary in these stories. In many of the stories that, are surrounding Aiden, is there anywhere where you're not an adversary, where you do align with him or the Free Karen Read people on a different topic or an issue? Or are you just always by default an adversary?
No. So, I did write for the guy for 2 years. I at the time, believed that we had more common cause than was reality, right? I don't agree with the tactics, whatever. But, there have been years in between me leaving Turtleboy and Karen Read where I really didn't comment much on what he was doing, whether or not I agreed with it or not. But sometimes it's not that I would disagree with it. I mean, certainly, I wouldn't say all of the politics in particular, but, he certainly has been correct on things like the mayor of Fall River, for instance, is, one that I can come up with off the top of my head, where it's fair play. There's nothing to really, argue with or comment on. The guy's a public figure who clearly did something wrong, and, that's legitimate. And, we go over to the Karen Read situation, though. No, there's absolutely nothing to agree with whatsoever. I see that, you had said, I don't want a lot of drama. I'm trying to elevate things. I know that you care about at least the perception of journalism, right? Right. Okay.
Well, a lot of the stuff I do not related to Karen Read is fact-based journalism, FOIA requests, public records requests, and then taking that information and making it easily digestible to viewers. Those are things that don't often get extracted through mainstream media. So it's that in that respect, the meat and potatoes of my work is rooted in those types of things. Karen Read was a one-off. I hadn't covered a trial before. So, I understood that there was passion surrounding it and people that were interested in a different perspective. And I'm sure you've heard the story why I started covering it. So, I wanted to be an alternate voice in the courtroom that was taking what I saw and then typing it on a screen. So fake fact-based reporting is kind of my thing. Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't often see in fact-based reporting repeatedly making statements such as, this group of people should not go outdoors anymore. You're always going to be found. You're always going to be, and then also following through with that too. I don't see a lot of journalism where there's calls to action to persecute people who have been charged with no crimes. Even if they had, what I can say is that in the 3 years that this case went on, nobody ever went to Karen Read's home. Nobody ever hassled her parents in public. Nobody ever really hassled her in public, with the exception of that one lunatic that came in from like Florida or whatever. But you didn't see a lot of copycats after the fact, right? Nobody ever, repeatedly called her and told her that she can't leave her house, or, that just didn't happen. It's not appropriate. That's not first, it's not journalism, but it's not justice either. And that's something that we continue to see happen to this day, right? And you may step back and say, well, I didn't do most of that. And I don't think you did. I did a very cursory look just to be sure before I broached the subject, but I don't see that you've done it a lot. I've seen you sit complicitly by and kind of seal clap for it, though.
Well, I listen. So, you're talking to a girl who spoke out against people in her own community and caught my own cases, so to speak. You know what I mean? That landed me in my own court issues. And I understand more than anybody that my intentions were to just have a different opinion, speak up against local politicians and people that were in power that I thought were, not being forthcoming or transparent. And by speaking up, that caught me a bunch of trouble. I've never had a criminal record. I don't have any other issues ever. I didn't even have a speeding ticket. I've lived that. And I understand that when you have a different opinion or you're confronting elected officials or people in power and you have a different opinion than what most of the people say, that draws attention to you. And then people in power use and leverage that power to kind of get at you. I mean, I've lived it. So
people like soccer moms like Jen McCain, and what you're talking about, because I'm aware of your situation, which I find to be very hypocritical as well. But you're talking about petty disputes that were also resolved somewhat. So they mean court abuse. Do I think that either one of you ladies in that situation were legally entitled to restraining orders against each other? Probably not. There's a lot of incongruity with how those things are put on. The fact that one was on you for 3 years, to me, is ludicrous. And I've heard both sides of the story, right? And
what it boils down to, I didn't understand. First of all, I didn't have an attorney, so I couldn't afford one, and I didn't understand the process or the law. And once I did, and I advocated for myself, it was dropped. The only difference there was, and I say it all the time, I said it to the judge, you can pull it. I said the reason this has been in place for so long is poverty. I didn't understand the law, and I couldn't afford an attorney. Now that I do. I would bet nobody will ever get a restraining order on me because I don't break the law and I understand the law now.
But I'm agreeing with you on that was a bad mistake. It's not. Okay. You have to understand with 258E, right, which is the harassment prevention order statute. It's a copy and paste from 209A, but prior to them enacting 258E, you could only get an order of protection if it was an intimate relationship, a family or an intimate partner. And so there was an incident where there was a waitress, right, and this waitress is being stalked by a patron, and she's getting very concerned for her safety. And she's going to court, and they're saying, well, you don't know the guy. He's not related to you. You never dated him. There's nothing we could do. And he ended up murdering her. That is the spirit of that statute, right? So the fact that it has devolved to essentially a mechanism to silence dissenting opinions is something that irritates me. And I certainly would contend that I am dealing with that, right? Because we can pull, transcripts or the FTR on the last hearing that I had with A1 Mr. Aiden T. Carney. And his complaints about me were that I post about him too much, that I said that he killed his dog and he did not, and therefore it incited people against him, and that he, was in mortal fear because of this. Specifically, admitted no true
have a restraining. I don't know, just because I'm going to.
And your audience does, I guarantee it. But so this is my point here, right? We're talking about words on the internet, and you again pull the FTR. He admits no true threats, no fighting words, right? And it's issued anyway. It was taken under advisement and then issued. It is what it is. I went in without a lawyer as well. And you're contending against a force in this case. It's just to try to shame, discredit, silence. I understand that, right? I do. And I think that what is important with this is that we have an individual here who has advanced way past anything you or I have ever had to deal with as consequences, right? This is not a petty misdemeanor that's going to get dropped, quaffed, or filed away in court. It's not a civil order. These are serious indictments.
So let all viewers know what you're referencing is Aiden Carney's witness intimidation charges.
Correct.
That he's going to be going to trial for. I'm going to let you say a couple things about it. Then I want to talk about that for a second.
Right. This has progressed to a level that is way beyond that. These are not politicians. These are not public figures. These are not people who have voluntarily put themselves on the internet. I ask for everything that I get online as do most people involved in this conversation, right? You put yourself out there, you're going to get what you get back. We have a group of people who did not do that, though, and to this day have been charged with no crimes, have not been investigated for any crimes. There is
So
nothing to suggest that they've done.
let me back up for a second. So let me just say Kevin Smith is getting victimized by Aiden and his activism, right? Let's just give a blanket statement like that.
So it's
Could Kevin-
activism, not journalism. That's the
you
distinction.
You can be a journalist and an activist. And he definitely blends those two roles. I mean, 100%.
I don't know that you can all the time, because that kind of gets into your objectivity.
I think you can, and I don't think that we should even put any parameters on it. I think his type of journalism is extremely
We
unique.
can call it criminal conduct, because that's technically what it is. So he's criminal conduct.
Let me go back and ask that question. Could Kevin Smith, whoever was being victimized by Aiden's, style of advocacy or activism, go and get a restraining order against him?
It would depend.
But so, I mean, if all of these individuals feared and were worried and concerned, why not leverage the court system and go and say, here's A, B, C, and D, and everybody go and say, I need a restraining order. And, I've had one against me. You've had one against you. I don't know if you approach it the same way as I do, but it put the fear of God in me. Not only because I didn't want to accidentally be around person, but also that they could manipulate that law in some way and cultivate a circumstance where I could be in violation of it. It's HBOs scare me. And so I essentially took extra care. Why not just go get restraining orders against them?
Or I believe that was attempted, and they hit a judge who did not issue it. And again, right, but then you look at, what did you get a restraining order on Holly for? What were your complaints?
I didn't. So just full transparency, I didn't get a restraining order on her. She was looking for a restraining order on me. Mm-hmm. I defended myself to that. In the event that the judge was going to allow that, I was going to make a case for me getting a restraining order based on similar styles of behaviors that she had.
Okay, so what did she get one on you?
Her case went first. The judge denied it. It didn't meet the threshold. And so I didn't understand. I actually had to withdraw my motion for one, but you can hear it. I just said, I'm not going to move forward with this. I respect the court and how they understand the meaning and interpret this law, and I'm not going to move forward. And so I didn't present my case. I didn't present evidence. I just said, I get it. And that was it. I didn't officially withdraw it because I'm not an attorney, but if you pull the transcript, you'll see I was just basically like, okay, this judge understands it. I was defending myself. I basically put myself with the safety net and said, if I do get a judge that isn't really going to look at this law in the way that I think it should be interpreted, and they're going to allow inadvertent connection or me being in the same place at the same time and then drop a restraining order on me, well, I've got my own set of facts that would fall under that umbrella, and so let me present it. But once I heard his decision and that he was saying, listen, this is not harassment, this is not A, B, C, or D, I knew that this judge understood and I wasn't going to move forward. So I didn't, get one on her. She tried to get one on me. It was declined. The only success I've ever had in obtaining a restraining order was Stephen Cody, who was sending food and things to my house and posting crazy videos online.
That scares you? Does that scare you?
Well, there was a video that scared me that talked about effing my skull, and it was pretty grotesque and disgusting, and that alone probably wouldn't have, but sending items directly to my house and then having these people show up, it was just a pattern that
people showing up at your house you think is harassment?
Say it again.
People showing up at your house or sending things to your house you consider to be harassment?
No. So for me, the real reason for asking for the restraining order against Stephen Cody is I had no idea who he was. And so all of those behaviors together and not knowing who that person was, and also his own criminal history, is what kind of made me feel like he was unstable. And so I asked for, and by the way, it was a temporary restraining order that was issued. I didn't ask for it to be extended. And as you know, my only other one is against Grant. And that was because it got physical, which I think is what it should actually be used for when it gets physical.
So you're afraid of Grant Smith Ellis?
I'm definitely afraid of his instability. His behaviors are extraordinary, and I don't understand. and
What
it makes me
behaviors
nervous.
specifically? What behaviors specifically? 'Cause
Well,
I know you guys got I saw the
watching him
video.
get angry
You
and
could have
attack
left
me.
and he could have left, right? You're both screaming at each other. And I guess he picked up a chair. I mean, listen, I don't like Grant Smith Ellis. So like, let's not take this as a personal defense. The guy's a fucking lunatic. We can agree on that. Okay. Like that's, but again, like, you're saying things, right? And on one side of your mouth, you're going, well, this is activism. It's somewhat defensible. What's going on with the
reason
McCabe's
I
and
have a
Alberts.
restraining order against Grant, the only reason is because he physically put his body and his hands on me. I could have handled his behaviors if it were just verbal. Was it easy to do? No, because
But not Steve Cody's then.
Steve Cody crossed that threshold of coming to my home and making sexual videos about me getting killed and fucking my skull. And I don't know that person. If I had met that person or I had people in common with him where I could have kind of like bounced off like ideas of who this person is and he's harmless, maybe I wouldn't have been so scared. But the culmination of videos, sending things to my home, and then having all these people show up with food to kind of disrupt my household made me wonder, who is this person? I don't know him. I think I need some protection. And by the way, all I did was go and ask a judge, do you think I need protection? And the judge agreed. I didn't ask for anything more than what had just happened to me.
When you're making
Grant,
that request,
by the way,
you're signing under the pains of penalty that you have a good, you don't go in and go, I don't know, judge, what's your opinion?
No,
Obviously, the final decision is their opinion, but you are putting under the pains of perjury that you are afraid and that you have a good faith belief that you were entitled to this order, right?
The video online is what sealed the deal for me with Steve Cody. That video was extremely deeply concerning. But with Grant Smith Ellis, every time I've gone in front of the court, you can get the transcript. I'm going to show you this interaction with him and I, which, by the way, I understand it didn't get the whole interaction, but the whole interaction would have showed him running up the stairs after me. He put his hands on me. He put his body up against me, his hand on my back. I don't want anybody touching me Kate, that's weird. If somebody that you don't like, if Aiden Carney touched you or put his body up against you, you would want an HPO. You'd be like, I don't want this guy touching me.
And honestly, throughout the years, at this point, I played the whole HBO game in the beginning. He's going to try to get one on me. I'm going to try to get one on him. But the fact of the matter is, whether it's him or me, when we sign that paper saying I am scared, it's a lie. You're lying to the court, right? I'm not going to do that. You're
not scared. You're not scared of Grant Smith Ellis like going unhinged and getting crazy. I mean, you know him. You've been around him.
He's a fucking soy boy. He is a soy boy. He is a whiny, delusional pothead who has to drive his mother's car. I'm assuming that if he was driving off to go do something reckless, she would probably tell him no. She has that kind of level of control over him, even though he's like 38 years old or however old he is, because he's a fucking lunatic.
When he was running up those stairs to come and get me from moving that chair, he was crazy. Like, it was a crazy physical push. I mean, like, that's the thing. Talking, this could go crazy, right? Between you and I, we could run our mouth.
So that's one instance. What were the other two?
That's it. That's all it took.
No, that's not the law. It takes three separate acts. Three separate acts of harassment. It does. 3 separate acts. So what are the other two? I know that originally you had made complaints that he was making posts about you, that he was making allegations against you that were baseless, as I recall. That was one of your complaints. And I understand how that can be distressing, right? Like, I mean, he does it to me right now, and I'm pretty thick-skinned because
I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but for Grant, I believe it was the physical situation. It was him inside the press box talking to other peers right there about like lying about me. I'm going to be honest with you, Kate. I had 3 different judges for Grant. So the first was an emergency order. The second was the first order that was instilled. And then I had a different judge for the third. All 3 of them pulled the transcripts. I showed the video. I talked about what happened that day. All 3 of them issued them. It didn't.
And 3 judges issued against you too. So maybe we can just say that judges are not always right.
The same judge. Regard. It was Kevin Finnery was the only judge that issued against me in that order.
Okay, then one judge 3 times. But I don't really consider that to be the hallmark of a legitimate.
One of them has a restraining order against them right now, and it's not me.
As of right now, right? Like, I haven't run out the 3-year clock yet either. And again, I don't agree that there should have been a restraining order against you. I think that I understand why you're getting defensive, and I get it.
I'm not
But
defensive. I mean, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I understand the optics of restraining orders, and believe me, between you and Aiden and all of these things, I get that. And then Holly going to try to get one, I get that. I was kind of like, oh, this is stupid.
But then you diminish
I
what
really
has
needed the one
happened
from
to
Grant.
the Alberts, McCabe's, and the O'Keefes too. But the Alberts and the McCabe's at least are the ones that are named victims on this. You diminish that, like, you know, you are entitled to get a restraining order against Grant Smith Ellis because he told some lies about you in the press
Because he
box and touched your
me.
back.
I got a
Touched your
restraining
back.
order against him
I
because he
touched
me.
your back, right? You're entitled to get an ex parte order against Stephen Cody because he makes creepy videos about you and says crazy stuff
Steve
and
Cody's
sends
in
food
jail.
to your house. Which, by the way, he's done the same to me. I still
He's in
get.
jail,
I don't know if
though.
you've ever
You know
gotten
he's in jail,
Tomorrow's
right?
World. I know he's in jail.
Okay.
And yeah, I feel a certain way about that, even though he's done the exact same thing to me. I still get the junk mail to this day. I've had the food. I just never
Do you know that
when
I called the police about Steve Cody first, right? When I found out it was him,
Right.
right? Because he messaged me. I called a police officer. It was probably 11:30 at night. And I asked the police officer, I said, listen, I don't know this guy. Do you think I have anything to be worried about? And he said, where do you live? And I said, Somerset. And he said, he Ubers everywhere. And I
Right.
don't think he can afford to Uber to your house tonight. But that doesn't mean that he can't come. I suggest you get a court order against him. That scared me when the cop said he might not be able to afford an Uber today, but maybe tomorrow, and then he's coming to you. So I was like,
To do what?
Who knows?
Okay. So, I mean, the Alberts and the McCabe's have had repeated visitors, and it's not just Carney either. Just to be fair,
tried to get restraining orders? Has Jen McCabe gone to get a restraining order?
She did, and it was denied. And I don't think it should have been denied. But she hit a judge who I don't think got it right.
Why not go to a different court and ask for a
well,
different...
I mean, at this point, that's just sort of, I mean, isn't that a little bit extra? I don't think that they're out to try to like destroy this guy or throw everything at the wall.
Wouldn't they be out to protect themselves?
Well, there's a no contact order baked into those charges. Right. You know, and so I think it would be a little redundant, number one. Number two, I mean, if you were in fear, right? Like, let's say that you go to get that order against Steve Cody. He's a really scary guy, and it gets denied. And by the time that you're leaving the courthouse, Steve Cody is already posting about, ha ha ha, I know you tried to get an order and it failed, and you know, good luck. I mean, what did he say? He said that was the worst thing you could have done, Jen. Now I know it gets to you. Now I know that you don't like when I go after your children. Time to accelerate. How would you feel if that was directed at you?
If he accelerated is when it would be time to make a move. I mean, you and I both know people come at me all the time.
Do they go to your house? Do they bring strangers to your house? Do they have you photographed on vacation?
I mean, I don't want to dig up some old stuff, but I've been through it. I mean, I have, unfortunately. Yeah, I've had people come to my house.
A fraction of this, and I would suspect that you've probably been through a fraction too.
I mean, I guess my question is, why do you feel the need to be the advocate for this family? You don't know them. You didn't grow up with them. You don't live.
I didn't grow up with them, but I do know them, and because nobody else would do it. Well, everybody else just jumped on it. Even you jumped on it.
Do they want you to do it? Do they want you to do it? Do they want you to be this person to advocate for her? And we should be getting, I mean, do they want you to do this?
They've never expressed, they don't ask me to do it. So it was never a request, right? I started sticking up for these people when I saw what was going on, right? I had never even spoken to them at that point. They didn't ask me to. Now I have friendships with these people, right? And so it's never like, you know, they knew that.
Friendships. Let's talk friendships. My bestie is here. We've gone on vacation together. We eat dinner together. Our daughters are friends. What kind of friendship do you have with Jen McCabe? And I mean friend. Like, I'm sure you have a friend in your life that is not related to Aiden or Karen or anything. Where does Jen McCabe line up in the friend group? Like, what kind of a friend is she to you?
I would say that, you know, it's what do I put it? I consider her more than an acquaintance, but not a close friend. I'll put it that way. I go to her home. My children know her. She knows my children. I've met her children. I know her husband. We socialize. We have been out, you know, we're friends. I don't talk to her every day. I don't confide every last little detail of my life. I don't have that closeness.
Outside of Aiden, outside of Karen and this really bad situation, do you have a friendship with Jen McCabe?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So
No
okay.
couch exchanges. Like that
Who
is
paid for your couch,
patently false.
Kate?
I paid for my couch, and I'm not ashamed to admit I had to finance it, and I posted that receipt, right? Because
Right.
that was a purchase that was over $900 altogether, and I couldn't afford that without making payments. That's just the truth, right?
And that is totally fine. I don't feel like you should ever have to explain that kind of thing. But you know, a bunch of people asked me to ask you questions when they heard you were coming on. What kind of financial benefit have you received from being an advocate for any of these people at all? Anything?
None, pretty much. I will say that I have a buy me a coffee. So when I do edited videos, which are often on the subject right now, because that's what I'm interested in, viewers have the option. I could pull it up right now. We're talking maybe $500 here, $200 there. There is absolutely no financial benefit in this for me whatsoever. I still have to work. Like, I am not getting payments from the DA's office. That would be insane. First of all, you could look that up, right? Because they have to account for their expenditures. Second of all, I provide nothing of any value to them at all. I have no connection to the Norfolk County DA's office whatsoever. And I don't know what they would be paying me for. Jen McCabe would not pay me for anything. Again, like, they're not asking me to stick up for them. It's not that it's not appreciated.
I was going to ask you, do you feel like everything that you do is valued by these people?
I mean, yes, but that wasn't a prerequisite either, if that makes sense.
Do you ever have moments where you feel like kind of used?
No. Used for what?
For being the spokesperson or being
I'm not the
face
spokesperson. I'm not
No,
the
I'm not
spokesperson.
an
My views are
official
my own. And when I get up and speak, I am talking about what I observe, what I know to be true, what I believe, right? These are my opinions and my opinions only. I'm no one's spokesperson. That is a, term that you guys have made pejorative at this point almost, right? To try to shame me for my voice and then shame by them, by extension, when there's no connect there. They're not telling me what to say or asking me what to do it. I did it of my own accord before I even spoke to these people. That doesn't mean that we haven't developed a relationship, which I'm very forthcoming with, because I understand that it lends, I guess, a little bit of bias, but it gives me more insight than you have, or Turtleboy has, or most of the people that cover this have, because you are covering a case, a story, an event that you don't even know the other half of. You've never even endeavored to try. You don't know these people. I mean, I lived at one point in New Bedford. I lived on Bullard Street. Okay, we're talking,
I didn't know that.
Right, extreme poverty. Okay, yep. I have met killers. I have lived next to them. Okay, like, there is no killer in any of these people. It is absurd. And if anyone really had a genuine interest, a genuine curiosity, as I did in the beginning, to look at this from all angles and determine, that would be something that I feel like you would suss out pretty quickly. These are just average, normal people. They are not internet people. They are not murderers. They are not people that asked for this at all. They're not asking for my advocacy. They didn't ask for any of the abuse, right? And my defense of them is just simply because it's morally correct in a situation where not many people would do that, whether it's out of fear, whether it's out of a need for a sense of belonging, whether it's because it's financially incentivized. I can look myself in the mirror every day and know that what I'm doing is not. I don't have any sort of social pressure to take the standpoint that I do. Quite the opposite. I'm not making a lot of, fans and getting a lot of adoration over this. I'm not making any money.
Well,
it's just the right
thing. We talked about it a little bit. You're definitely comfortable being an adversary. You're definitely comfortable being that odd man. It doesn't bother. Can we back up for a second? Can I just ask you seriously? Does it ever get to you?
The effect on my children. But that's really...
What do you mean? How does it affect them?
I mean, the filth that is spouted about them.
Do they see it?
Not so much anymore. My daughter is a girl and she's older, so she's a little bit more plugged into social media. I know that at one point she took it upon herself to try to negotiate the removal of anything about her and her siblings on Turtleboy, and that was wildly unsuccessful and led to actually the only earnest attempt for a restraining order that I've ever made because I was concerned about the effect on my child.
I listened to that hearing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, first of all, I'm not a big fan of like showing my weakness when it comes to like being on the other side of these things, because I feel like, people who don't like me win when they see me upset or they see me cry. But if I'm being honest with you, I've had those days and those moments where I'm in a rough place. You know what I mean? Like emotionally, like I'm in a rough place. Like, there's court stuff hanging over my head. I'm worried about jail. I'm worried. Like, do you have those moments where you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I doing this? I don't need to do this. I should stop doing this.
No,
There's
I've never worried about jail. All right. And
you've never worried about what?
I've never worried about jail. I know that that's like a common refrain. The legal stuff, quote unquote, hanging over my head has only ever stressed me out as much as the financial impact of it. And at least with this latest round, I was eventually able to get a bar advocate, which was great because now I don't have to pay for them anymore.
Right.
I trust the system enough. And, again, I don't really discuss open cases. I can discuss closed ones and say that they work out the way that they're supposed to with either a dismissal or I did plead guilty to threatening to commit a crime because there is video of me talking about how I would beat up Amy Carnival.
I have not had a chance to catch up on that. I know that you were in court. So you pled guilty? What happened?
In Leominster. So, I mean, again, I think honestly, were the shoe on the other foot, people would be more receptive to what's going on here. That it's clearly judicial abuse at this point. And what I say is, we have a lot of attempts at charges and police reports. Some of them fail with the police, don't go any further. Some of them fail at the magistrate's level. Some of them sneak in and become a charge.
Wait, how many cases have you had? Like, how many times have you been
three? But I mean, I know that he's filed, probably 15 police reports. There were 2 recent cases that got to the clerk magistrate's level. I actually put it in a video because for once the clerk magistrate not only shut them down, but said, I am concerned about how this police department is being manipulated against Miss Peter, me. So
your local police department?
No, this was his. Right.
So hold on one second. Let me ask you a question. Cause I feel like if we were talking face to face, sitting at a bar, like this would be easier.
Right.
How much do you hate him?
That's a tough question. That's a loaded question. At one point I respected him, right? At one point I believed in what I thought the blog was. I saw the impact that it had on people. I wasn't around, I think, for your blog, but when I hear you talk about it, I know that it affected a lot of people that way. I was uncomfortable continuing to contribute to that, especially with how random the targets start feeling, right? You're not leveling vitriol at people because they've, I have a rule in my own content, right, which is that I don't like to go after people that aren't making themselves visible. So like, I don't want to troll Facebook and find somebody who has a problem with somebody else and suddenly bring them over to my channel, push them in public and shame them.
So in your opinion, I was running for school committee. So if there was a story written about me, I'm a public figure and that's okay.
I don't really know the specifics on yours. So if you're running for school committee, you have elevated yourself to a point where you're asking for some criticism, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That doesn't mean that it's boundless, though. It can't be. It has to be commiserate, right? So like, I like to sort of match the energy of whoever I'm sort of up against here, right? Like, I understand that at some point, if you're hitting a soft target with like a, proverbial nuke, right? You're a piece of shit for that. It's not fair, which is why, like, Steve Cody, I saw all that go on, but the kid is legitimately disabled. I'm not saying, excusing what he does. I don't know him, but you have to understand he was free Karen Reed first. So everything
is he disabled?
Yes. Could you look at him?
No.
Oh my God, girl, I could show you videos of this kid playing I mean, a horrible person. It's also kind of funny, but not really, because like, he's clearly like, I mean, he's got like, there's something wrong with, like, I wouldn't use the R word to describe him. That's how I feel about it.
My first show. Please don't do that.
No. I'm saying like that is, I use the R word to describe people who I just believe are stupid, misguided. You know what I mean? I wouldn't use that word for him.
I didn't have talking so much about Steve Cody on my first show bingo card. So let's move on from that. I asked you if you hate Aiden.
It's just a loaded question. I hate what it has become. I don't love him now. I don't know. I don't love him. I don't like him. I honestly, what I can say is that personally, like throughout the tenure of writing with him, I didn't like him personally at all. I think he, that was part of, I think, the issue.
Were you friends with him? Were you friends with him? Like you're saying you're friends with Jen McCabe now. Like
no, I never
all those
considered
years you were never friends with him?
No, I mean, again, it was a weird situation. I thought that I was signing up to write and there was going to be some sort of base level professionalism. I had never done this before, the blogging thing. Right. That didn't happen. And so it seeps into I would call it a personal relationship, but I can admit it. People know at the time I talked a lot of shit about him behind his back. I didn't like him. I would push back on him to his face too. I didn't personally, I found him to be an unlikable person. I didn't like, a lot of things, but it wasn't hatred. I still thought that all right, so I wouldn't hang out with this guy. When he calls and I'm with other people that we kind of know in common, everybody's shutting up in the car. Nobody wants him to know that we're together because we don't want to invite him. That's sort of it, but not hatred. I left the blog, and even when I left the blog, it was definitely strong dislike, but hate is a strong word for me. I put it up there with evil, and I say this on Yellow Cottage Tales too, so I'm not adjusting for the audience here. I just honestly those big, strong words take a lot for me. I wouldn't say that I don't hate him as a person. I don't really like him, but it's everything that his blog has become, I hate. I've made that distinguishment before, and it's tough to explain, but I hate what this has become, what has been done. I lump everybody in together, honestly. So there's free Karen Reed for me, and Aiden is a part of that and might even be the driving part of that, but it all gets swept up into this sort of gelatinous blob of toxicity that I really, really strongly dislike.
Do you ever envision yourself at a point in time not thinking or talking about him?
Yeah.
Where is that going to be? When? How far away are we from that?
Probably about 6 months to a year. I think at that point nobody's going to be talking about him anymore. But I mean, this is
You've had me all this time. I think this has been going great. It's better than I expected. You want me to think that nobody's going to talk about Aiden in a year?
I would put money on it.
Why?
Well, I shouldn't say talking about. I would say that he probably is going to have less room to talk back. I'll put it that way.
Are you saying you think he's going to jail?
I do.
So let's do the prediction, because this will be memorialized. You think he's going to go to jail as a result of his charges for the witness intimidation?
And related, yeah.
How long do you think that's going to be? How long is he going to be away?
Oh, God. I've always said I would say 1 to 3.
You think he'll be fine if he does?
No.
Why?
Well, he's a weak person. So, I know that he didn't handle jail. And honestly, and this is another thing that I don't think people realize about me. This is not the only online feud I've ever had. I've had several, and I always kind of approach them in the same. Josh Abrams, Chili DeCastro, Jeffrey Sutton, usually men, usually people that I feel are victimizing other people or otherwise
you tired of fighting people?
No. This is how I have a lot of emotional baggage. Let's be real, right? This is almost my therapy.
Trauma,
right?
Right.
Yeah, of course, and it's worked out fine as far as I know that the people that I'm sticking up for. You might not like being on the receiving end of it, or you might get upset or want to dig into your team. But I'll tell you, when you have nobody else out there, you would want someone like me, because I'm nothing if not a little bit tenacious. But
so who's advocating for you? You're doing this for other people, and you're saying if you want somebody out there being on your team, who's advocating for you? Who are the people that are nobody?
I don't need that. I don't want that. Case in point, I got to go to these court dates, right? People, oh my God, I'll go with you. And I always say, no, it's a point of pride to me. I handle my shit on my own. Okay. I don't need somebody to advocate for me.
Better if you had friends with you?
No. Why? For what purpose?
It's hard to go through. I've been
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a process. You're not going to die.
It's not. It's very hard to go to a courthouse without an attorney, not knowing if you're going to get a certain.
I go with an attorney, but I don't need a cheering section. I don't need
cheering section. Different. Cheering section is different. People that you maybe only know through the internet is different. But Erin was at every one of my court hearings with me. That's my best friend. She was there to talk on the way in, talk on the way out, kind of bump things off. Oh, this is how this happens. you don't feel the need to have at least a person with you that can be your person while you're talking. I appreciate that you're a strong-willed, outspoken woman, but you don't feel the need to have someone to be with you through really difficult scenarios. And even if you say it's not difficult, different scenarios other than day-to-day life.
I mean, well, different scenarios. That's different as far as going into.
Okay, so you pled guilty the other day. You didn't have anybody with you?
No, I had my lawyer with me, and I went and met up with somebody afterwards to talk about it. Right? Like,
do you have family?
Yeah, I mean, I have a family. Like, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, do you have a mom or a dad?
I do. I have a mom. Yeah, I have parents.
Are you close with her or
extremely
them?
My mother mostly. I'm very, very close to my mother.
What does your mom think of what you do? Does she know what you do?
She does. I mean, some of the stuff, like, I keep it from her. The other day, I was like, "Hey, listen, I just want to let you know that I did plead guilty to something." And she was like, "When did you get charged?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't tell you about this stuff." She knows about, like, some of the bad, some of the good. You know, my mother was a very outspoken woman herself in her youth, like, you know, arrests for protesting.
Really?
And things of that. Oh yeah, no, yeah. My mother and I don't really, the only thing that, you know, we have a hard time with is politics, because she's like a, you know, like very anti-Trump. I'm just anti-government. So, like, you know, I try not to, but I mean, she's out there protesting now. What's that?
Vote? Do you vote?
Yeah, I do. I vote libertarian though.
Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Did you vote for Kamala?
No, I did not.
So
I always vote libertarian. That is, so we got up to 2.5% of the popular vote. I think it was this election. That is my own personal protest, because I do not believe in the two-party system. I think that it is poison to the people.
We could probably have a conversation about that. Go back to me though, about
so yes, I have a mother. I'm close to my mother. My mother's opinion of what I do is usually a lot of respect, right? She has asked me to take breaks. I usually do when she does. Like, you know, prior to Karen Reed, I was on a kind of a 2-year thing with this other guy, and he sued me. And that, I find the lawsuit, you know, was a bit more stressful the first time around. You know, that's another thing, is you do something once, right? You can desensitize yourself to it. So, like, whatever. You know, endurance is a skill. But, you know, she would ask me to take a break, and I would take 3-4 months off. And, you know, she does remind me, like, the YouTube channel is not even your, you know, not your goal here. It's not your main priority. And it's not, you can see that reflected in sort of the way that I do things now. I have different goals and aspirations, and she really keeps me grounded in that. But, like, yeah, I mean, you know, there's my internet life, and then there's my personal life, and I don't let the two converge. And as a result of that,
like in your personal life, that you're pretty independent.
I probably less so than I would like to be. I have, you know, I have a lot of people that, you know, definitely are in my corner, you know, through, because the internet stuff is crazy. Right. So, like, you know, just practically, I still need to support myself and my children. You know, I still need to have somewhat of a life outside of it. So I have people that, you know, support me in that. And that's the other part of it too, is I try to keep them out of this as best as possible. Like, you know, I couldn't even go on a vacation with Lindsay Gaetani without having our picture taken, which to me, it's like, I look kind of fat. I'm already on the internet. To her, it was like really upsetting. And
so wait,
you know,
let's back up, because you mentioned her. I wasn't going to mention her, but you did. Are you and Lindsay friends?
Yeah.
Same kind of relationship as, like, what you were saying with Jen McCabe, like, you're friendly, like you would consider an associate, or like someone you
not associates.
You didn't say that wasn't the word.
No,
you used. Something else. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
in between an acquaintance, like I said, like I would, you know, I have my friends that are very, very close friends that are in there for everything, you know, people that can just drop by my house. Right. And I have, you know, a circle of those. And then there's people like Jen, or, you know, some other people that I've met, not just through this either, because I tend to, like, you know, when you're in here and you're picking up and trying to support people in a tough time in their life, you tend to form a bond that sometimes transcends it. So I've, you know, met people throughout the years that I, you know, are still friends with today, but we're not like, you know, like this, and it's nothing personal. But, you know, Lindsay, I think, you know, I don't see her that often right now. I did go to, you know, try to help her at her court date the other day, mainly just to make sure that she was, you know, left safely without any problems, because this court drama is just getting to be too much, right? Like,
So wait, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a car with Lindsay?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about in your car? You listen to music? Are you? What are you doing? Like, what are you, the
It
two of you?
depends. I mean, we talk about our kids a lot. We talk about, we have had backgrounds with some trauma, that has been thrown on the internet. So I'm not saying anything. So, we discuss that, stuff in our personal lives, romantic stuff, like, just the normal stuff that you would with friends. Like, these bonds that are built over this stuff, it's not exclusively just what's happening out there on the internet. Everyone would go insane if that's what it was, right? These are genuine people that are, faceted. They're three-dimensional, right? So it's like, I don't get together with Jen McCabe and Chris Albert, whoever else is around, and we go out for dinner and all we talk about is Turtleboy. That just doesn't happen, right? Because life still goes on. People's kids are going to school. The only personal thing that I guess I'll share here is, recently my daughter was in Europe for 3 weeks, right? So I discussed that with them a lot because I had some anxiety about her.
How does your daughter afford to go to Europe? Just asking. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, my daughter couldn't go because they had a school thing. How do you afford to go to Europe?
Oh, she paid for it completely by herself.
How old is she?
I mean, I paid for everything. She's almost 19. So I pay for, like, phone bill and, housing, food, all the stuff that you would do. Like, if she's still somewhat dependent on me, but she does work and then does her
She
classes.
doesn't go to school. She's out of school. She works.
No, she's in school part-time right now. But she works as well. So she just saves her money. And then periodically when she's on break, she just takes these, incredible vacations. And so they've progressively gotten like further, like it started in the States and then it was like a, Caribbean country. And then they went over to Europe. So, I mean, that dominated my conversation. She just got back on the 27th, actually. So like, from the 10th when they left to the 27th, if you were to be listening in on any of my conversations with Jen McCabe or Chris Albert or Carrie Roberts, those are the people that I'm really closest to. It would be dominated more about like, where is my daughter? What is she doing? How many pictures did she send? Oh my God, a rickshaw driver just ripped them off in London for $500. And like, those were the conversations at the time. It's not dominated by this because it would crush them if it was.
Right. You, I guess we talked about restraining orders, HPOs. I don't want to go back to that. I had in my possession all of Lindsay's documents in her whole life.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
disgusting.
you messaging me about publishing, which, by the way, I never did publish, only because I was a little concerned about the timing of when I got them, and I didn't want it to be in violation of the order where everything was sealed. Do you think that every restraining order that Lindsay has had, which has been documented with all of these guys, has been appropriate?
Oh my God.
Wait, yes or no?
Oh my God. Listen, those are
Wait, I don't know what you mean by, oh my God, you mean yes or oh my God, no?
Oh, like, that's just a really off-base question. I'm not Lindsay, number one. Number two, like, I mean, the fuck? These are domestic violence restraining orders with intimate partners, okay? So, like, you don't know because you weren't there. What I can say from my knowledge as a friend of hers is that I have seen, and like, I don't even want to come off as like, I'm not shitting on the girl, and I'm not because I'm in no position to, but I've seen the records and the caliber of these men, and it's consistent with other people's complaints about them too, right? Like, this did not come out of anywhere.
She's just picking poor matches
she's
and
she's
bad
making
partners.
poor choices in men, clearly. Like, and again, like, that's not really like, I think I kind of want to kill that right there, because it's like, why, like, would you want your personal life discussed like this when no one's here?
Oh, you mean just because? No, it's fine. I mean, you brought
Right,
her up,
I mean,
and
like,
then
it's just like, it's fucked. And, people are so shitty to that girl. Why? Because she dated Aiden and they broke up? Like, I mean, that's it. Like, nobody would even know who she was if he didn't announce, the whole thing.
Talk to Ken Mello.
Well, she had, listen.
We wouldn't know who she was. I mean,
reporting a crime is not a crime. Okay, like, this is the crazy gaslighting that goes on. If you listen to both of their sides of the story, they agree on like 85% of it. They stop short at whether or not there was criminal conduct. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that most people that are engaged in criminal conduct, particularly pre-trial, don't want to admit that. Right? Like, that's why you really shouldn't discuss cases at all. But if you do, you're probably not going to be like, yep, I did it. Like, I'm willing to accept the things that I do, but I'm I'm a fucking basket case, honestly. Like most people, like it is normal and self-serving and like the proper decision to either not speak about it at all or not accept responsibility. But when you have two people whose story converges in the majority, like there's probably something there, right? And like there is no, again, like you have to call it like you call it. I can sit here about Lindsay, my friend, and say like, yeah, she makes terrible choices in men. Like I don't, it's nothing personal against her. I hate that it's even in the public sphere, but I can admit that. You need to be able to reflect on your side too and go like, is it a good idea if somebody contacts you, and I'm talking about the royal you here, this is hypothetical so that we don't play any fuck games later, but you know, if somebody contacts you and says, hey, I have a subpoena and I'm supposed to testify against you, is it a smart idea to go over to their house and convince them not to do it?
Is that a rhetorical question?
It can be, because I'm sure it's not comfortable to answer, but I think we both know the answer.
I 100% think he should have never gone. I think he should have listened to his attorney and not gone. However, I don't want to delve too much in this because I agree Lindsay's not here. I'd love to interview Lindsay, by the way, but I think that her talking to Ken Mello and that whole situation and everything I know is wild. Kate, it's wild.
A crime victim talking to the prosecutor is wild to you.
She was texting him when he was there.
For help, as far as I understand, for help.
Kate, Peter, if I need help, I'm calling 911 or I'm calling somebody else I know. I know a ton of, I'm not calling Ken Mello. What?
And what happens if you call 911?
Kate,
And
she
it's
had him come
Turtleboy.
over there. She asked him to come over there. Then she's texting Ken Mello for help.
I
What
have
do you mean?
seen a lot of messages, and I can say honestly that I think that it was a mutual thing. For like, you can see the back and forth if you zoom out, because she's been very open about sharing her messages, right? And again, like, just like I've had falling outs with Lindsay. I'm not going to, say like, 100% of the time I agree with everything she does. I've been vocal on Twitter when I don't. It's nothing major. I don't think she's a bad person, but she has poor judgment sometimes, as do we all. I'm not exempting myself from that. We'll exempt you, Jess, because I don't really know, but I don't always.
I'm perfect. Go ahead.
Right. You take souvenirs without paying for them from establishments.
No.
I have a friend who
That's
takes
called
drinking
tokens.
glasses every time we go out. Like she'll come from New York.
A friend
and takes
that
drinking
does?
glasses. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God. Yeah, I'm too scared, but anyway, I don't agree with everything. I don't with Lindsay. However, she's been very open with sharing like their communications. I've seen just about all of it. And what you see there is a toxic relationship where there is a push-pull situation. So he wants to go over there. She doesn't really want him to go over, and then he talks to Bradel and Bradel says, no, you shouldn't go over there. Now he doesn't want to go over there. Then he changes her mind, so it's a very push and pull back and forth situation. So to say that like she invited him, therefore she somehow set him up, and I can say with a completely straight face, I had no idea that any of this was going on, because she's talking to me at this point telling me I don't want anything to do with him, which would be the natural thing to say to me. And I'm not saying that she was lying as much as vacillating, right? You see that I'm pulling back, and he the same, because I've seen their messages. He did threaten to kill himself if she left him at one point. That's on video. It did happen, right? And like again, like that's their relationship. How much do you delve into it because we're all guilty of this. I've been in toxic relationships too. So like I'm not even, but like it's more nuanced than that. And at the end of the day, regardless of who made the final decision as they're going back and forth about him going to her house, he was not held at gunpoint. He was not held at gunpoint. But on the other hand, she's getting a lot of pressure saying, I have this intimate information about you and your children, Lindsay, and I've seen these messages, and I'm going to release it. If you don't do this, if you do that, I am going to release that. If somebody did that to me at this point in my life, I would be like, whatever, like, okay. But I can understand why that was horrifying to her. It's a form of pressure. It's a form of control, right? So like he had leverage in that situation. She is a poor single mother who has a trauma history and a lot of problems. And again, I'm not saying anything to throw her under the bus. We know this because it's been put out against her.
Did you say she's a poor single mom?
Yeah. She's
a nurse.
She has a nursing license, which I believe has probably been disrupted with some of the recent stuff. But she is a single mother to 4 children. She does not get child support.
Wait, does she work?
I am not going to talk about her
Oh,
financial
you're saying
situation.
she's a poor single mother. I didn't know that. I just assumed she was a nurse and she like made bank because every nurse in my life makes bank.
Her children are provided for. I've obviously been, I've been to her home. Like, it's clean. It's well furnished. They have food in their fridge.
I
Like,
don't want my viewers to be disappointed in my lack of knowledge on this. Like, I'm not like offending anybody.
Like,
I sincerely
she's not,
just,
like,
I knew she was
she can't easily afford, like, she's not in the position that Aiden is, right? Where, he, at least until recently, had a, 2-parent household. His wife made consistent money. He made money when he could, where he could. They owned a home. That is not Lindsay's situation, right? She already comes from like like there's a power imbalance in that relationship right off the rip.
I mean, listen,
ways.
I've dated rich men and poor men, and there's no, I don't know why we're getting into the semantics of his money, and his money or what he has doesn't give him any leverage over her. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. You've been a single mom or whatever. Like, I've been a single mom at one point in my life. Doesn't stop you from achieving success or going in making money or providing for, like, the disparity here in income means nothing to me. You said poor single mother. I actually would have never described her as that. I thought she was a nurse with 4 kids. I did not know that she was poor. I didn't know that she didn't have money. I mean, if I'm basing it on how she dresses,
I mean, being a nurse with 4 kids is not like, I mean, what do you think that looks like?
You said she's a poor single mother, and I actually I did not expect that. That's all I'm saying. I thought she was a nurse, and I have
okay, but you keep saying like that, like it's mutually exclusive. I'm just curious why.
What?
Like, that she either is a nurse or a poor single mother, and you can't be both. I mean,
well, if you're working as a nurse,
she's got 4 kids and no child support. I don't know. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna discuss this woman's finances.
I guess I'm just basing it on people who I know who are nurses, and they do very, very well for themselves. They could work tons of hours. They're there for them, but I know nurses that make great money. Maybe I'm not paying attention enough to her. Maybe she can't work because of the kids. I don't know. But
I'm not saying she's not working. I never once said that. Again, I don't like poverty is not unemployment.
Would she be okay with you calling her a poor single mom?
I'll find out, because I'm sure she's watching. She supports me in this stuff, but like, I mean, I think that like,
that's a very good friend, Kate.
What?
I'm kidding. I'm being facetious.
It's not a character indictment at all.
It's 12:30. It's 12:40. We can't let this go downhill. I don't want to keep you too long because Saturdays are like awesome, and we don't want to waste our time. Let's do something. Let's talk offline about maybe coming back and having a different conversation about more specific things. It's up to you. We'll talk later. Last thing I'll ask you is, what is the number one misconception about you that the internet or everybody who follows you and what you've done has? What is the number one thing that you think people got wrong, and what would you say is the right thing? Aside from your couch.
That's it. And the Cash App payments from Morrissey. Now that I'm motivated by hatred for Turtleboy, that's, again, you really have to look at it objectively. There have been many years between me leaving that blog and this Karen Reed situation. So like, if you're a free Karen Reed person out there, you can rest assured that I am motivated by my hatred of you. Not you, royally you again, but I mean, and what is being done more than any one individual person. So that's it. And on that note, actually, it is like I've been in my car, in my driveway, and my kids are inside. So, but thanks you for having me.
Being a good sport, Kate. I appreciate you.
No problem. All right, bye.
Bye. All right, let's. Oh wow. All right, let's stand by. We're gonna fix this thing. Can you fix me? All right, I think we're good. Can we remove Kate? There we go. Okay, hi. How'd that go, everybody? Let me just take this and lean back. How was that? Where are we at? Erin, give me some details. Erin wanted me to keep going because we were close to 10,000 people watching. That's crazy. Somebody drop comments so I can read them before it's 1:15. I've got to let you all go. We can't be on air for this long. This is stupid time. This is dumb time. 3 hours and 41 minutes. Let's see. Someone is saying she is delusional. Can someone find Lindsay a job? I'm not tired. My thing is, number one, I'm surprised at how well that actually went. I'm surprised how well that went. She's easy to talk to. I will say, just for full transparency, I held back tremendously, just so we're clear. I didn't ask any of the real provoking questions that I know were probably going to send her off the rails, because number one, this is the first show. That's why I kind of laid the foundation. Like, let's go at it in another show at another time. We have to feel it out. But, I remember when I first called her, I had a friend of mine who knows who she is, not personally, but knows who Kate Peter is, and asked how the conversation went. And I went, surprisingly normal and fine. Like, it wasn't that bad. I think that was like a decent conversation. I knew it was going to go longer than 12. I knew she would want to chit chat. I appreciate she didn't come at me a couple of times. We totally disagree on restraining orders. Like, do you think Lindsay's restraining orders are appropriate? Because you're saying they were all misused. Have you read the docs? I don't know. I'm interested to see what other people said. She kept it up all along since she left working for him. She's clearly so mentally ill. I am worried about her children. I love your studio setup. Do you like my studio? Look at. That was wild. It feels like a long time ago today that I interviewed Paula. Did I even talk to Paula today? I feel like we've got to let everybody go. This has been, Erin's mad. Erin, we cannot. It's 1:45. It's Saturday. My text messages are wild. Anyway. Few more minutes of Kate. I need a minute. I can give you 5 more minutes, but do people want, you'll have to rewatch it after. I can stay. Claire, whose side are you on? I want to go to the bathroom. I want a snack. No, I'm fine. Her admitting to talking to Chris and Jen. I was like, listen, I know and follow a lot of it. I just didn't want to get too tight because I didn't want to go into back and forths. You held your own and kept it classy. Yeah. Yikes. Oh, really? Yay, that's fun. I could watch that all day. I could do it. If I was not in jeans and I was like a little bit more casual, I could do Kate Peter. I could talk to Kate Peter for 4 hours easy. There's a lot going on. Thank you, Mama from Texas. Thanks. That was fun. That was great. I need a shower now. Yikes. All right. I can't. It is what it is. It was great. Erin's going to, I can't. I know what you're saying. Erin. The show thing. I have to think about all of those things that I just heard. There's a lot going on. Somebody said, I swear I saw an arm in the back seat. She brought up that I stole stuff. Dude, if I walk outside of the studio and there are cops there arresting me for a flag, I will bring it back. Erin does need a mic. Erin needs a mic. I wish I could show. I can't turn my camera around so you can see her, but we worked so hard on figuring out. First, she was sitting on the couch over there. And then last night we were working on doing all this stuff. And she's like, can I come sit on the side of you? And she did. And then today, logistically, it was actually better for her to be so she's facing me right now. She's right there. So we can see. I was watching her face a couple times. And then she's showing me the views, and I was like, how many people are watching? And she's like, just keep doing what you're doing. Right. That's crazy. Show you. Oh, Erin is weird. She's like so pretty and she's weirdly insecure about how pretty she is. And she has really great hair. You will eventually all see it. Shout out to don't say Lindsay. You can't just say Lindsay after that. Her hair girl, Lindsay. I thought that was great. I really liked kind of, the interview with Paula was more like closure for me. We started talking. We did our interview. Her interview, by the way, that I did with Paula got me like national attention. It was picked up on Court TV. It was shared everywhere. So like I owe Paula for kind of getting my coverage of Karen Read out there to a national audience because of her trust in me. So I felt like it was kind of like, see how I started? It was like a nostalgia thing. I wanted Mike Karen on to talk about where I started. I brought Paula on to talk about how I kind of did the Karen Read stuff and kind of tying that all up. And then Amy, because I wanted to kind of start something, which is where are we going to be going politically with this show? And I know a lot of you who watch are not conservative. You're not Republicans. You're not even political, but like it is who I am. It's a big part of what I did on my show before. It's going to be a big part of the show. And I explained to you why. So having Amy on was, I think, a good way to introduce all of you to her. And she's great. And I think that was important. And then having Kate on is kind of tapping into my whole like drama. Like I love a little bit of drama. I like when things get a little, Erin just said a little. I like drama. I like that. I would do a whole hour with this whole thing about just my restraining order case and pull up transcripts and show you and be like, how did you get a restraining order? How did that happen? And it was because I was dumb. I didn't understand the law. I wish I had walked in, like I had a restraining order hearing with that Holly lady, and I walked in with a binder this thick, and I was just like, let me put on a clinic on why everything in here is a lie. Here's the evidence on why it's a lie. Let me show you more proof on why it's a lie. Oh, and by the way, you just testified a few minutes ago to a lie. You perjured yourself. Boom, boom, boom. Denied. Jess Machado 5 years ago did not understand that or how to do that. And so I thank Aiden for it because I listened to all of his hearings and him defending himself. And I was like, if he can do it, I can do it. And so anyway, I could talk a whole show on just restraining orders and how that works. So there's that. So having Kate on is, I feel somebody commented on the post when I wrote that she was on. Somebody was like, "Ooh, a villainess. I love it." And I was like, do I want to have a segment every show with a villainess on it? Like, let's just drop it now, Maura Healey. If you would like to be first of all, I just don't think she ever would, but can you imagine if I got the governor on? I would have a respectable conversation with her, just like I did with Kate Peter, and ask some questions. Did I ask Kate Peter if she has friends? I was like, do you have friends? Do you have a family? In my head, I was like, who hurt you, Kate? Who do you? I asked her if she had a mom and dad. I want to know, like, why? Yeah, I'm not. Oh, no, how I was asking was like, where are your people? Like, so if I was, no, I didn't mean it like, are you an alien? I meant like, I have people around me that kind of ground me sometimes and say like, you can't do that, or you should stop doing that, or back off a little bit. Todd Costa, who was in the comments. When I first met Todd, the very first day I met him, Todd Costa said to me, I like what you say, but can you stop saying the C word online? And he's like, it's my favorite word, but you can't say it on the internet when you're talking about school committee meetings. So like, I have people that ground me and kind of help me and understand what I'm trying to do and then try to help me get there. I just feel like Kate is rogue. I feel like Kate is like, who's helping you? Where are you? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So that's why I was asking, like, where's your mom and dad? Now, like, I don't, my dad is dead and my mom does not get involved in these things except when I'm in the news and I got charged and she was like, you're an embarrassment. My mom doesn't get involved in these things, but I was just wondering, does she have a family and people and friends that help her? Who do you go to court with? I would never not be able to go to court without my ride or die. And I have a couple other people that have come to court with me for my restraining orders for, and you know who you are. Like, I don't know. It's nice to have best. Oh, are you all done now? Erin's happy. It says 10,000 at the top. So now I can be done. It is almost 1:00. We're not locking the door. We're done. Can we thank some sponsors? Can you throw that slide up for me? Get to work. These are my besties. I got to open it up so I can see because I can't see. Hey, everybody on this screen, you paid for this. After Hours Collision and Repair are our besties, Mike Keneally and Brian Shortsleeve, who aspire to be your next governor. They are supporting the show. My friend Amy at Silva Funeral Home. By the way, Amy has a TikTok called, is it Funeral Lady? The Funeral Lady. Amy, I know it's weird, but Amy does these TikToks about things that, like, honestly, people need to talk. First of all, people will always die. You know what I mean? And we stop talking about it. I feel like my grandparents had plots and caskets picked out way in advance. And then my mother, who is like the baby boomer generation, they're like, my kids will figure it out, right? Like my father didn't leave any plans. And now there's us, and we're kind of like, wait, can we afford this? What can we do? Amy does these videos, and it's just like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know. She's my age. She's part of my mom group. And I'm really glad that there's somebody like her that's kind of doing this part of life. And she does these TikToks, and I'll never forget, she was talking about, like, people ask, can we put things in caskets? And she's like, somebody wanted to put a can of soup. We can put a can of soup. Anyway, Silva Funeral Home, they're in Taunton. They're great. Nicole Sliney and her realty team. Erin and I joked that everything on here are like all things I like. Like Nicole, all of her houses that she puts up are so great. And she's a hustler, and she's really good at what she does. So Nicole Sliney. Stacy Face Travels, I don't know her, but when I put out that I was looking for advertisers, she messaged me right away, and she was like, I would 100% want to sponsor what you do. So if I should ever be able to afford a trip like Kate Peters' daughter and we could go away, Erin, let's go to Stacy Face and we can lock it in. Prestige Auto Mart, Jeff Leary, he was the guy that I used to do that show with. Yeah, so I can't do... And then Christopher and Nate's in Fall River. If I do not get sweet treats brought here for the next show by Christopher, I am going to be mad. He's also going to be in studio guest, by the way. We're going to record him, and you'll see him in all of his gayness and his fabulousness and why he wants to take down all of these politicians in Fall River. I'm obsessed. Every day I get somebody in my inbox about Christopher and goes, he has so much dirt on him. And I was like, then give it to me and I'll put it out. And they go, well, I don't know it. Okay, got it. And then Mallard Printing in the middle. We are at the Mallard Printing Studios in Fall River, thanks to Jeff Marks. All of this is possible. Attorney Rena Brown, who is really funny. We are actually on the opposite sides of everything politically, but she loves strong, opinionated women. And so she supports me and my work. And Powerhouse Remodeling, they're actually going to be relocating to Florida because they are MAGA and they cannot stand Massachusetts, but they still have work here. So they wanted to sponsor the Jess Machado show. Did I get everybody? Okay. Can I go now? Oh, let's do the address. So if you missed it and you're just joining, we're doing a, it's on the screen. So we're going to be doing an unboxing, if not next show, which is next Saturday. So the show is every Saturday, 9 to 12, and live. Send me your souvenirs, tokens, and trinkets. Stop me from stealing them from places. Or if you steal them. Did somebody say Sticky Mitts Machado? What did they? Let's go. I die. It's just small little things. Everything has a value that would not get me charged because they're not all that address right there, 657 Quarry Street, Suite 30. It's 30F. So that says Suite 30, but it's 30F. So it's 657 Quarry Street. We're going to do an unboxing, either this next show or the one after. Send all your things. I hope when I start showing up here every day, there's just boxes. And then we're going to do just an unboxing. If it's your business, send me your t-shirt, something with your business name on it. Send me your product. I mean, Jeff just said, send me an orange jumpsuit for when I'm in prison. Send me your things and we'll do an unboxing. Okay. I think that's it, Erin. What else do I need to do? I did the show. When do we hear the intro? Do you guys want to hear the intro song? We'll do the intro song. Hold on. I'm going to get it. You deserve it. Erin's going to go and do a couple things. Hold on. Let me get the intro show. It's a really good song. Actually, you guys tell me if you think it's a good song. Is my face still on? I can't see. I'm on. No, it's fine. We'll end with the intro show. I mean, the song. Is that it? I think we got everything. I am being held hostage. Erin will not let me leave. I want to go home. I want to go to the bathroom. I want lunch. Hold on. Let's get. Okay, I have the video. I want to say thanks to all of the besties on all these platforms that shared, stuck around, and listened. This is extraordinarily long. I know that's a lot to ask. So if you're watching this later, yeah. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate all of you. This was fun. And I was so nervous. Can you imagine next week? I will just be more relaxed and more fun, and it'll be great. What did they say? I can't. I do have a twin. I'm sorry. People don't know. I do. I have a twin. We don't look anything alike. I will interview her one day. Can you imagine being my twin? We're total opposites. We're nothing alike. Very, very, very different. Yeah. Just very different. TT would never do any of these things. Hold on. This song is loading, and then I want to wait. Can we share? I got to share the screen. Hold on. And then we're leaving. Besties, thanks for hold on. I've got to share the screen. Hold on. We're going to share a screen, and then you get to hear the song, and then we're done. Thanks, besties. Oh, it doesn't allow me to share that screen because it's on. I don't think they're going to be able to hear it. Let's see if you can hear it. Hold on. We'll just play it this way. Cancel. We'll cancel this so you can all hear it. Hold on. We will hear the same news again. Don't confuse. We're done when this is done, right? Evening news or listen to. Let's wait for the beat to drop. Those obsessed with clicks and views. The story will get closer through the eyes of this reporter, cause the news can get much louder when it's backed by advertisers. Only independent writers take a look under the covers. Just wait for the chorus. Bravado, cause corruption is all over. From Maine to Colorado. Journalist Jess Machado. You love it. That's enough. We're ending, Erin. We're done. You can't keep me here. Bye, besties. Elections are upon us. We need answers to assist us to choose who will represent us. Who will ask all the essentials? Massachusetts of tomorrow. And from LA to Chicago. Journalist Jess Machado.